There's a mappa again. Who's this? Who's this mappa? Hello, friends. Hello, friends. How are we doing? I'll turn my mic up just a little bit more than we had it yesterday. Just right up to the yellow there for you guys. Just rewatched a little bit of the VOD from yesterday just to see like how the sound and stuff was with the new mixer. Super happy with it. But it'll just take me a little bit to really get set with these sound and the music and everything. I think that's good. Okay, we're good. Cookie, how are you? Daff, you're making lasagna today. Nice. Curran, smart person, showed up with some food. Scooter Beach, good to see you. Michelangelo was first. Lilia, let you guys see the doggo. Come here, doggo. A doggo and a Sammy. You need a doggo and a Sammy view today. You missed both of them yesterday. Hey, Em, welcome back. Yeah, Daff. So if you want like any big green egg questions, Daff is MGem Knits. They own the Wickerland patio here where we get all of our stuff. So any questions, direct it to her. I'm sure she could answer most of them. I shot Demis. Daff, you're waiting on the wife. She gives up finding yeast, you're scraping pizza and making lasagna. There we go. Poshers. Poshy, look it. She's like, no. Hi, Greek. She does not like to be picked up, like ever. She does love snacks though. Nike, how are you? Welcome in, dude. This stream is for you. You requested lasagna with your 50,000 Twitch channel points, so thank you. I hope I do this dish justice. I hope I do this dish justice. We're making our own pasta today. We're gonna make our own meat sauce for it, and I have some really nice soft matzo to put into it. Opted to not go the ricotta route because once again, that's super expensive right now for some reason. So I'm thinking that the ricotta and the mascarpone is really expensive here right now because there's nowhere on the island that produces it. So it has to come from the mainland. So anything that has to come from the mainland right now is really expensive. So it's still gonna be amazing. This mozzarella is so creamy and good. So I think it's gonna be still just as good. And that's the thing with lasagna is you can kind of pick what you want to put into it. Everyone kind of has their own choice of cheeses. You're hungry, but you want to lose weight. You did a 30-hour fast 3 days ago. Whoa. That's crazy. I mean, don't do that a lot, I would say, because it might mess up how your body digests food. But sometimes that's a good way to like get your metabolism going again. Cheers, friends. I am still working on coffee. I had like a slow wake up this morning. A little bit slow moving, but I think it's because it's a bit gray here outside. Definitely not as nice as yesterday. Okay, let's get into it. here are the recipes. Yeah, Saturday waking, it takes a little bit longer, doesn't it? So first recipe there is the lasagna, and I chose that one because that is most similar to the type of lasagna that I would like to make and eat. There's a ton of different lasagna recipes online, but this one is the most similar to something that we would make on stream. So whether you follow it completely or not, up to you. I'll show you guys the couple variations that I'm gonna put on it today, and then you can take it from there. This is also a really awesome dish to meal prep. I mean, lasagna is one of those dishes that does get better as it sits. I mean, don't let it sit too long. I would say max 1 week in the fridge, but you will find that the second day after you make it, it does taste a little bit better. Yeah, hey, cook with goat. King Russell, how's it going? You're debating a beche. Yeah, I did see, what was it? The Serious Eats recipe had a bechamel on top instead. So yeah, all kinds of different variations, whether you use cheese or a cream sauce. Play around with it. Find what you like. When you woke up today, you were wide freaking awake, just kind of bounced out of bed. Those are great days. And then I always try and take advantage of that energy first thing and like do all of the things, and then you're free. So I was planning on doing some sous vide creme brulee. So we would have cooked it in the Anova in the water bath. It's a pretty fun one. But unfortunately, I don't have any of the short, wide mouth mason jars. So we'll get those on order. Still keep that on the menu. And I switched out that dessert for something else. And we get to use some of our mango pudding that we made yesterday. So whenever you're making pasta from scratch and it is an egg-based dough, so egg, flour, salt, maybe sometimes a little bit of oil in there. So usually the pasta dough uses a lot of egg yolks, and then you're left with all of these egg whites. So these kind of dishes go hand in hand. I always like to make a pavlova or some sort of meringue when I make pasta, just to use up those egg whites, because I find, I mean, I always save them in the fridge and then never end up using them for anything, they just kind of sit there and sadly they just go to waste. So if we use it right away, then it's not gonna get wasted. And I love pavlova. Yeah, Cookie, excellent dessert. Like, kind of good any time of the year. Basically, if you like fruit, this is a dessert for you. Like fruit and cream. Oh man, I'm sold. So we're gonna use up, we have a mango there. We can chop up some more pineapple, maybe do something with that. So more of like a tropical pavlova today, which I have never done. So we will make a meringue and then we'll start baking it in the oven. It takes quite a while, but you can also make it in a dehydrator. So keep that in mind. Yeah, we don't like waste, exactly. According to Chef de Partie, bechamel is a whole new level with lasagna. It is good. It is good. And so when we made the moussaka, the bechamel that we made on top of there, it was actually stabilized with egg yolks. That was unreal, Daft, because you could like cut through the beche and it like held its shape, but it was so creamy and rich. Really good. So that's a good little trick. Yeah, yum. That moussaka was unreal. Okay. So I think our first step today is to get maybe our meat sauce going. Here's the thing with lasagna is there's a couple different components, right? Especially if we're gonna be making our noodles, that's the longest part for sure of this dish. By all means, you are more than welcome to buy a box of lasagna noodles from the store, but you guys know that I love to do stuff from scratch, so why not? And lasagna is such a simple noodle to make. It really doesn't take much more effort than rolling it out flat and then slicing it to the shape of your pan. So with making pasta it also has to rest before we roll it. So that's usually the first thing that I do if we're making a dish with pasta in it, is you get your pasta dough made and then you don't have to worry about it having to rest. So it can rest for more than an hour for sure. Like it can rest overnight if you want. But the thing is, we can't rush that resting phase. So don't forget to make your pasta dough and then be like, oh, we got to make these noodles. And then it's just going to be a pain to roll out. So make that your first step. Make pasta dough. And then after that, since we'll have our egg whites, I think we should make the meringue because we have 2 things that we have to put into the oven today as well. So we have to think about that because they do not bake at the same temperatures. So get the meringue done and into the oven, and then we can get our bolognese simmering on the stovetop. While that's going, we can start rolling out our noodles and everything will fall in line after that. So today is definitely about timings, I would say. Because if we lose track, I think this will take a lot longer than expected. So pasta dough, meringue, bolognese, and then roll noodles. And then our side dish today, so kind of very similar ingredients to a lasagna, is a caprese salad. So a tomato salad with mozzarella and basil, balsamic vinegar, some olive oil, and some nice salt and pepper. That's all you need. One of my favorite salads ever. You guys know I love tomatoes. So since we took some of that mozzarella out, I thought we would also use that up. You like the juice, yes. Do you think this could end up being a longer stream? I'm going to say, but it's 11:30 now, so we've already been on for about half an hour. I always try and plan for like 3 to 4 hours, but if we're done earlier, that's always nice too. I would say for sure it's a 3-hour one today.
Oh, 3 hours for sure. At least 4.
Depending on how much you guys talk to me too, right?
The more you keep her occupied, the longer it takes to read.
Good morning, Dust. How are you?
I'm waiting on 3 cables, everyone.
Okay, pasta dough, meringue, bolognese, roll noodles, and then we can put the lasagna together, assemble lasagne. And then we can get that baking, right? And then while the lasagna bakes, we can whip our cream for the dessert, prep all of our fruits, and then we're good to go. Actually, not that bad. So let's see how we do. You're hanging in there, my dude. You're still well, though, I'm hoping. Hopefully getting some sunshine on your face. Okay, after we assemble, we'll bake because that takes around half an hour or so. The nice thing though about lasagna is, well, the meat sauce is already cooked. So really all we need to do is cook our pasta noodles. So cheesy and delicious. You're living the dream. Okay, whipped cream, fruit. I think we can garnish with some mint today would be good. And then coconut and mango curd. Not too bad today, guys. Not too bad at all. I feel good about that. We're living the dream. What are y'all getting up to today? Anything fun? Maybe the weather's nicer where you are than where we are right now. At least the garden's getting watered though. Okay. The tried and true pasta dough recipe. This is from a high-end Italian restaurant in Vancouver in Canada. And this recipe is widely used by like a lot of restaurants in the city. So if you write this down, consider yourself lucky. And most important ingredient is the last one listed there. That's love. So that was from one of our sous chefs that we worked with before. And he actually does live on the island as well, just up north in Hattagwai. Sam, did you get the joke Nike sent you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep.
He did. It's beautiful there. So just sitting with all the windows open, soaking in all the good fresh air and sunlight. Oh, nice cookie. I'm jealous. Hopefully tomorrow we can have that kind of day. Yeah, we're making the pasta from scratch also. Actually, I know what I'm gonna do. Never mind. I'm gonna make the pasta from scratch. I did pull out some like emu pasta dough, but I'm gonna do something else with that this week. You have the air on, it's like 83 there. Holy. It wasn't good. I don't know. I didn't see the joke, dude. Okay, let me get my pasta mixing bowl out. We'll get our flour and eggs, salt and olive oil. Get that mixed up. And then this recipe is all by weight, which is very, very nice. So it's not just per egg, which sometimes is not accurate. So we get to weigh our eggs and our flour. Hey, welcome back. How's it going? Just let my scale calm down here for a sec. Flour. And guys, I'm actually going to divide this recipe in half. This makes about 8 portions worth of pasta, which I don't think we need that much of like dish-sized pasta portions, whereas I think we'll need about half of that to make our nice pan of lasagna. Morning, White Dove. How are you? So the first thing I am going to do is measure out our flour. So 250 grams.
Either something killed your squash or it's too wet in that bed.
Oh no. No.
Yeah.
Guys, one of my little squash babies is like broken. R.I.P. It's actually a cucumber. R.I.P. cucumber. Something wrecked it, or the bed that we made doesn't have enough drainage and it's staying a bit too wet. Okay, so we're gonna make a well in our flour, right, for the pasta. Just clear a hole there, and that's going to be where we put the eggs. So we can just move that aside for now. Just gonna do a quick little math thing here on my end. I think having a really good pasta dough recipe is something that everyone should have in their arsenal. Especially if you are like a pasta lover. So 92.5 whole eggs. And 62 grams of yolk. And I always like to mix my eggs together first before adding them to the flour. I find if you whip them all together, it just mixes up way nicer. Do the whole stuff first. So 92 or 93 grams of whole eggs. So that should be 2. It's okay if it's a bit over, we can always adjust. I wouldn't try and like take a little bit of egg out of there though. Do not do that. So set that one aside. Then we can crack, I think we'll need probably 3 eggs cracked for the yolk. It's a good looking egg, yeah. Yeah, we get really nice eggs here on the island. Okay. Just zero that again, so tear your scale. And then take your yolk out of the white. We need 62 grams of yolk. So it's looking like it's probably gonna be 5 or 4. Yeah, 4 yolks and 2 whole eggs. And these are large chicken eggs. Awesome. How perfect is that? And then we have more than enough egg whites for our pavlova, because I think the recipe only needs 3. So we have 1 extra one, which is totally fine as well. And if you are going to make an egg pasta dough, choose a really nice egg, because the color of the yolk does transfer to the pasta dough. And I think it's really beautiful when you have like these nice bright yellow noodles. Okay, so that's it for the scale. Can put our eggs away. And we can leave those egg whites out. We do want them at room temperature for whipping. What's up, Jason Sight? How's the day going? Lasagna is definitely something I make at least, I would say, once a year. Like everything from scratch. And then I'm satisfied. Things are well here, man. Thanks for asking. Yep, had a good sleep. Ready to cook some stuff with you guys. Pour our eggs in our well. And then we can add a little pinch of salt to that and just take our olive oil out. We'll be adding some olive oil at the end, once this gets a little bit crumbly. Imagine making scrambled eggs with just the yolks. Oh, I don't know if I've ever seen that anywhere I shot. That would be so rich. Yeah, egg yolk and like cream. It's fit for a king. Okay, so definitely if you're having the recipe, I would go with at least a teaspoon of salt into the dough. And then we can always salt the water when we boil it. And then I'm gonna come in with a fork. I don't wanna mess my hands up just yet. So all we're gonna do, start bringing in the flour. And this is how the nonas make it. I don't know if anyone's ever watched Pasta Grannies on YouTube. Great series. I would go subscribe to them if you've never seen them before. Okay, so now this is looking like crumbly, right? So this is where we can start to gauge how much olive oil we're gonna start to add to this. Scrape it off of the fork as well. What is this? Yeah, Pasta Grannies dust. A cheese pizza raid. They're bringing the cheese to us. Good thing we have cheese on the menu today. How is the stream, guys? How are the pizzas? I actually did see one pizza that you took out of the oven while I was getting ready for stream. It looked so good. All I heard was that you were getting the hot honey, and after that, it was kind of a blur for me. But hope it turned out good. Welcome in, friends. Crux, good to see you. Good morning, Jen. Welcome in. We are just starting to make our homemade noodles for our lasagna today. I've literally just started prepping for stream, so perfect timing, friends. We have a couple hours to go. Okay, so in this bowl, we have flour, salt, and egg so far. And now we're going to be adding a little bit of olive oil to bring everything together. Start with something like that. Give that a little mix, and it should start to look more saturated as we mix this around. And then we can start to knead everything together, build up the structure of the gluten so that our noodles can hold together in the lasagna. Yeah, we're making the noodles, we're making our homemade meat sauce. One thing on my stream and my channel is we love to do basically everything from scratch. A lot of grandma cooking in here. But if you think about it, I mean, that's where most dishes came from. So I think it's important to know how grandma makes it and then put your own spin on it. Okay, that is looking perfect to me. So I am going to get rid of this fork. It's gonna get a bit messy now. She's had to raid and run. Okay, thanks for letting me know. How's the day, John? Okay, so see how, as I'm just kind of pressing this together, it's all holding its shape. That's exactly what we want. So basically try and get this to absorb all of the wet and dry stuff till we get one nice ball of pasta dough. And then we got to do a little bit of work to it. It's a bit of a workout, but it's worth it. And I've never really had good experiences trying to make a pasta dough in a stand mixer. So I wouldn't recommend trying that, but if you have a recipe that works, by all means, feel free to share it. Okay. That is looking and feeling great, so I can take this bowl away. It'll just be easier for me to knead. One last little run around to get all those dry bits. Put that there. And now we're gonna start like pushing and folding the dough. Try and get some of this off my hand too. Okay, so I fold and then press down. And then usually I turn it and then fold and press down. And we're gonna keep doing that until this is really nice and smooth. So I'm literally like using my body weight to press down on this. This is how tough that is. But we need to do this step, otherwise we won't have very nice noodles later on. You've never used olive oil to make noodles. You've only ever done flour and egg. How does the olive oil make a difference? It makes a nice, soft, like supple dough, I would say. So anytime you're like adding fat into a dough, it's gonna make it more soft. Yeah, tedious how your recipe. Throw it all in and hope it works every time. You just made lasagna, Jen? Not homemade pasta. It was, yeah, you're still very proud. You have to start somewhere, right? And so did you do a vegetarian one? Okay, see how this is like starting to tear a bit? So we are getting close to where we want to be. And so with us working the flour like this, you can see it's getting really tough. So that's why we rest the dough, because there would be no way we can roll this out right after we do this. Yeah, very accurate recipe. Welcome in, Torino. Oh, here's the recipe, friends. I have it written down. It's actually from one of our sous chefs that we used to work with at a restaurant. So this is from an Italian spot in Vancouver. So don't mind the 92.5 and 62. I just halved the eggs there for myself. So I'm doing a half recipe today, which will be about 4 portions, enough for a lasagna. But if you were to do a full recipe, it'd be like 8 portions of pasta in a bowl. So lots and lots, but it's good leftover. Yeah, those are weights. Oh, I guess there wasn't even grams except for the first one. Welcome to a chef writing down recipes. This is basically what you're gonna get. A sheet of paper with ingredient amounts on it, nothing else. Good luck. No, 185 grams. Okay. Just form this into like a disc. Yeah, test it out. I've never had any bad experiences with this dough. Give the Pavlova now and no one gets hurt. Claire, very aggressive this morning. How are you doing? Okay, that sheen and smoothness, I'm good with that. We'll let the pasta roller do the rest of the work for us later. So whether you want to put that in a Ziploc bag or just wrap it in plastic, which I think I'm gonna do, something nice and airtight because we don't want this to dry out as it rests. So just smooth that like that. And then I'm just gonna pop that in the fridge. Yeah, sorry, I just had a coffee. I guess I'm not done mine yet, so I'm not quite on your level. Imagine the cholesterol, yeah, with just a casual 185 eggs. See, these are the things you guys, yeah, you have to tell me because I'm not gonna notice that stuff. I'm just gonna assume that you know. I'm sorry. Okay, first part of the day done. Next up, we're making some meringue. Gotta get that into the oven. Do we want to make one big Pavlova today? Or do we want to do like little baby individual sized Pavlovas? Because I could pipe them into like little rounds. Do a stack. Just gonna wipe off my board. But like a big Pavlova is really great to serve at like a dinner party or something. It's a good showstopper to bring out. Things are good here, Claire. How are things over there? You guys are staying safe and healthy? Meringue. Make a meringue house. It's awesome when you punch it. Oh, fun. Yeah, it's less temperamental. The bigger is better. I do like the big one. So the thing is, you gotta make it as big as the plate you're gonna serve it on, right? Probably gonna do this one. Yeah, I think we'll do it this size. So we just have to remember when we are laying out the meringue, don't go any bigger than this. What's a showstopper? Oh, you want the showstopper. Yeah, come on, this is Twitch, right? Of course we want that. Captain Flip Flop. I do like the big one, thank you. We actually do have some way of adding some of my hilarious quotes. Oh, they canceled TwitchCon EU, Claire. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, man. as with everything else, right? Turdferg, oh my goodness, welcome in. You really like this apron? Thank you. Yeah, one of our friends hand makes these in Vancouver for us. And he actually is really great at supporting me and my stream. So yep, Sammy just linked the website there. And if you use Cook with Kate at checkout, you can get 15% off an apron, which definitely helps. Can't go wrong with that. And you can choose however kind of design, your own fabric, really anything. They're all customizable. It would be this weekend. Wow, that came up fast. Yeah, since it was in the land of milk and honey, it's always next year. And well, maybe we can go too next year, right? Right? Okay, so Pavlova recipe is the other one linked there on our recipe command. We only have the 2 recipes today. This is from All Recipes, so it's called the Best Pavlova. 168 people made it, 4.5 stars. Sounds good to me. Really, really simple. So it says 3 egg whites, a pinch of salt, a cup of white sugar, a tablespoon of cornstarch, and a teaspoon of lemon juice. I believe that's all the things that they're putting into the meringue, because that's usually what I put in. So in a large bowl, beat your egg whites on high speed until soft peaks form. Add 3/4 of your sugar while continuing to whip. Make sure the sugar is completely dissolved, and then mix in the last of the sugar with the cornstarch and then the lemon juice. So this is gonna be a fun one. Anyone in chat ever made a meringue? So it's a dessert with egg whites, and usually it goes like crunchy and chewy. I know Cookie knows what a pavlova is. And Sammy, I think I need some sugar, please. I think I need some sugar. So we're gonna use the stand mixer. It's so good, yep. You made meringue kisses. Those are so nice too. You've made macarons, but never a pavlova. They seem a little scary. Okay, if you can make macarons, pavlova is way easier. Way easier. So you'll be laughing. Boom. Hello. So I'm going to be a little bit crazy and use all 4 of the egg whites that I have. I don't think it's going to affect the recipe at all. You made Dan a lemon meringue pie for his birthday. Yes. Oh, such a good one. Whenever you make frangipane, you use the leftover egg whites and make meringues. You made 5 frangipans each. Need what, 5 eggs, 3 yolks? Yeah, so now you end up with 16 egg whites. That's a lot of meringue. Okay, so that's where we start, is our egg whites. Very important. First things first, if you are separating your eggs for this, you cannot have your yolk break into your white. Your white will basically not whip up. If you add fat into your egg whites, it for some reason stops them from aerating, or it'll just take a lot longer and it won't get full aeration at all. So always a good idea to wipe down your bowl and stuff as well from your mixer, just to make sure. And then yeah, just be very careful when separating it, because if you break a yolk into that, you're gonna have to start over. I'm just gonna tell you that now. Oh, it doesn't last long. You have a big family? Well, that's good. Yeah, you guys use castor sugar. I'm out of all my castor sugar. We have to order that from the UK. We can't really find it here. Berry sugar is like similar, but I don't think it's quite the same. Okay, so first we have to start beating our egg whites on high speed on their own So I don't know why they add the lemon juice at the end. One thing I was always taught when making meringue is a little bit of acid at the beginning of whipping will help your egg whites aerate more. So add your lemon juice now, or you can also use like a vinegar. So I've worked somewhere where we made like apple cider meringues, which is actually really good, and use apple cider vinegar in it instead of lemon juice. So a little bit of acid really helps. Yeah, beat those whites like they owe you money. Oh no. You feel that the vinegar ruins the texture sometimes? Yeah, maybe if you put too much, right? Okay, so just a little bit of lemon juice there, and obviously we don't want any seeds. So you don't need more than a teaspoon, really. Okay, now we can get that going. Just making a weird sound at first. Okay, while this is going, I'll measure out the sugar. Now you want to make the meringue, hey? So 1 cup of sugar, and I will also need a tablespoon of cornstarch. You can turn that up a bit now. Kit Kat. I love this mixer. It does make baking fun. You do it by hand? You're a legend, Tedious Tao. Yeah. Pretty sure I refuse to make meringue by hand. We'd be here for years. Okay, a little bit more. So it's getting frothy, but you can still see there's egg white unwhipped underneath. I don't mind, yeah, whipping a little bit of cream by hand. That's no problem. It's actually fun for me. But yeah, egg whites I don't mess with. And let's look to see what temperature this will bake at, because then we can get it right into the oven. 300 degrees Fahrenheit, and then we'll just need a sheet pan lined with parchment paper. 300 Fahrenheit. Those are almost there. And then this will bake for, it says actually only 1 hour. So that's very quick. That's perfect. I've found some Pavlova recipes call for like 3 hours of baking time. So just keep that in mind, is go read through to the directions and see how long it bakes for first. Thank you, Tedious Tao, for the 1 bitty. 1 hour should be fine. We are very passionate about our Pavlova. Okay, I'm gonna do one last whip. We really want to make sure this is properly whipped before we add the sugar. I can tell we need more still. It should look really, really foamy with lots of little bubbles. Oh, yeah, add some vanilla. That's a great idea. But you know what? I actually think I'm gonna leave the meringue plain and we'll do a vanilla whip. We'll do a vanilla whipped cream afterwards. And then when sorry, it comes to springtime and the strawberries are just starting to come out at the farms, I usually do like a lavender meringue. So I sprinkle in some lavender flowers that I dried. That is really beautiful. It really does transfer. Okay, so we're only supposed to add 3/4 of our cup of sugar first as this is mixing. Because castor takes a while to mix. Oh yeah, so the vanilla will be mixed in by the time it's done. Yeah, strawberry and lavender is one of my favorite Pavlova flavors or combinations. Okay, so while this is going, we need to mix together our, is it a teaspoon of cornstarch? A tablespoon of cornstarch into the last bit of the sugar and a teaspoon of salt. Oh my gosh, I got a drink. What's it gonna be? I guess I'll double fist. Okay, 1 sip of coffee. Some water. Thanks, friends. How do I make sure the lavender isn't overpowering? You've never used florals because you're afraid they'll either be too strong or you can't use them. I don't know how to answer that. I kind of just play around sometimes when I'm baking. I just like add a little bit at first. Always hold back the first time that you're playing around. And then you can find if you're gonna be happy or not, right? So less is more for sure if you are playing around with stuff. So our cornstarch, I'll just mix that in, as well as the salt. Yeah, it's glossy. Time to add the stuff. I know I'm going. You watch a lot of great British baking show. Yeah, I have heard really good things about that show. So mixing in the cornstarch with the sugar right now, that's just gonna help it distribute better. Okay, we need this to whip up a lot more before we add the last bit of sugar. So you basically need this to like medium stiff peaks, and then we add this at the end. So all we have to do is put way more air into this than what we have now. Trueness, Guys, pro tip, put your lavender in a satchel and use it like a tea. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. So the cornstarch is gonna help stabilize the egg whites and it'll just give it a little bit more structure. So this should be, I'm gonna guess, a pavlova that has like a little bit of like crunch on the outside. So we'll be able to like hit it and it'll crumble. And then the inside might be a little bit like chewy still and marshmallowy. It's really nice. We're getting there. When you start to see the beater swirls in the meringue, you know that it's starting to aerate more. It's getting thicker. Is it similar to crema tartar or is it different? I think it is actually a similar use in that sense. I don't use crema tartar often. I don't even think I have it in the house. This is looking good. Also, is it wise to eat a spoon of meringue before it's cooked? I mean, egg whites are okay. Yeah, it's good, but is it wise? I don't think that'll hurt you. Turn that down. We'll sprinkle this in and then the cornstarch, I think will make this get a little bit more thick too. I should stream on Mixer. Why do you say that, Michelangelo? I'm curious. Whenever you guys make suggestions, I always like when you can like tell me why. John Lung, thank you for the follow and welcome in. Now you want to make meringue, so you need to make pasta. Exactly, Em. So if I want to make meringue, that means I have to make pasta first. That is exactly it. They go hand in hand. Okay, we can turn this up one more time to get a final whip. What sauce would go well with smoked duck breast? So I would go more of like a loose kind of sauce there. Almost like a beefy, or a, no, she wants to make pasta, Sam. This guy. Let me think on that one. Smoked duck pasta. I usually don't have duck breast with pasta. Usually do like a duck leg. Okay, let's test this. Jamie Toddy, thank you for the follow. So stiff peaks. If they stand up on their own and don't just flop right over, we're good. So we made it. We did it. Also, if you can like do this, also really good. So we will disassemble our mixer. Welcome in, Miss Tapcat. Good to see you. Yeah, it's like the Dairy Queen Blizzard test. Don't you love that? There are some times though in the middle of the summer where they cannot do that blizzard test. It's like if they do that test on a hot day in July, that blizzard will just go sliding right out of the cup. And then After we take our meringue out of our bowl, we're gonna rinse this out right away because we're gonna need this to make our whipped cream later on as well. So wash it up right away and then it'll be good to go. Our next step though for us is to line our sheet pan with parchment. And then spread out our meringue for the pavlova. I think I honestly have just enough parchment for this. It's actually terrifying. Or actually, what do you guys think? Do you think I could use my silicone, like Silpat sheet? I don't think that'll stick to that, right? It should lift off. This is seriously the end of the roll. I don't want to use it because it's all crumpled. It works? Okay. Thanks, friends. Yeah, I guess if you make macarons on it, it should be the same with meringue. Plus, then we are not wasting paper, too. Yay, for reusable things. Okay, let's get a spatula. Tough choice deciding which one I wanted just now. Okay, so keep in mind, where's our plate that we want to plate this on? So kind of place it on your pan and just gauge where you're gonna spread your meringue. I think we should keep it inside of the edge because I find when we bake a meringue is it does puff up a little bit. So it does grow in size. Or they said to draw a circle if you're using parchment paper on the underside and then just follow that. This feels really good. Okay, so we gotta be a little bit gentle, right? We've worked really hard to put a lot of air into our egg whites, so we don't want to take that out and be really rough with it. So I usually just basically scoop a big pile and then come back and smooth it out afterwards. But look at that. I don't even know if you guys can see the sheen on this properly with the lighting. This might be one of the best meringues I've ever made. I have another tip for you guys. So if you're someone that likes like a marshmallowy textured meringue, instead of using cornstarch, use tapioca powder. And that'll give you more of like a gluey kind of texture. I guess I'll just use the back of this spatula. And then I'll rinse that bowl out after. Okay, so making a circle-ish. This is the good part about pavlova is you can kind of make any shape that you want. And I think it looks really nice if you kind of just let it fall on its own. And then depending on how thick you keep it will depend on like how chewy the center will be. So the thinner you spread it out, the less chewy it'll be and more crunchy. But I usually like to go for about 1 inch on thickness. just scrape that last little bit onto there. And well, it honestly does not hurt to try it. So here you go, tedious Tao. It's so sweet. It's like eating a sweet cloud. Okay, guys, let's put that into the oven. We'll set our hour timer. Good to go. We've already checked 2 things off of the list. We're doing really good so far. I'm gonna go more center of the oven, I think. I don't want it to brown too much underneath, so I won't go on the bottom rack. Depends on whose kitchen you're in. Yeah, Palooza, walk into a random kitchen, taste their meringue. It might hurt. Yeah, it might not be a sweet cloud. Xyland, how are you? Okay, next up, we get to make some meat sauce. Question, what's my oven on? It's at 300 Fahrenheit. Recipe is there, my dude, and it is already in Discord too for you guys. Okay, real quick, I'm going to rinse out our mixing bowl, give it a wash so that we can have it ready for our whipped cream later on. Oh, sounds good, Xyland. Had a really good week. That is so good to hear. Because yeah, we've all been having some trying weeks, haven't we? But it does seem like it's getting better, isn't it? Little bit of soap and water. Done. Yeah, guys, Sammy absolutely loved his mango pudding last night and his dinner. He said it felt really funny being the one watching the stream and couldn't eat the food like you guys. He knows how you all feel. Okay, we will let that dry off. She is good to go now. And gonna get our nice pot for our bolognese. The bolo. Same pot that we did our ragu in yesterday. And there was a sick part of me this morning that was like, should we put some of the pork ragu in one of the layers in the lasagna?
Yes.
But then I was like, no, Kate.
Yes.
So yeah, let me know what you guys think on that one.
Yes.
Sammy's saying yeah. Yeah, it doesn't sound bad, right? It's like the middle layer, a little bit of pork ragu from yesterday. Tasty stuff. Because I mean, it was Taz that said he wanted to make the ragu with noodles, like pasta, right? So pretty much the same thing if we put it in lasagna. All right, so I have one little cheater thing here. This is actually from your request, Cookie. Do you remember this one? We did gnocchi bolognese. So we have 1 liter of a brisket bolognese that I had in the freezer. And then I have some beautiful pork stock if we need to use it. And then we have this nice pack of ground beef chuck as well. So we will be still making like a base tomato sauce and just adding this stuff to it. Because this bolognese was one that's like heavier on the meat and less tomatoes. So I thought it would be great to add into this. Definitely will need some garlic. I like to add carrot for a little bit of color and sweetness. Some onion as well, which I think I'll have to pop to the other side. Just gonna use a little cooking yellow onion. And then obviously our can of tomato. Whether we need one or two, I guess we'll see. And then we could also loosen it up with a little bit of red wine too, if we're feeling fancy. Okay, be right back, friends. Just going to grab that onion. I'm back. Yeah, Cookie. The crabbies. What did you have with your crabs yesterday? You're doing it again next week. Jealous. Okay, so let's see the directions from our lasagna recipe and then we can go from there. I'll kind of tell you guys what I usually do. Okay, so they do start by browning the beef in a pan with some olive oil if you need. I don't think we'll need it because this looks like a nice fatty grind that we did, if you guys can remember. I'm pretty sure it was like an 80-20. So brown up our beef and that way it'll render out some fat for us to be able to saute our onion, garlic, and carrot in. Then we can deglaze with our wine, then add our tomato sauce to that, and then that'll just simmer away for, I would say, minimum 30 minutes. But you can go, I mean, all the way overnight if you want. I don't know how long some nonas simmer their sauce for, but I have heard some stories. So minimum half an hour for sure, just to get that tomato flavor cooked through. You really, really want to do that. Oh my gosh, macaroni salad. Wow. So that just reminded me right away of KFC, because I think that's the only spot that I've ever eaten macaroni salad from. We need some Kentucky Fried Chimkin up in here. All right. Put our bolognese over here by our pot. And I suppose we should turn on our pot and get that heating up so we can start browning up our beef. I will go medium-high heat. That way we can get some nice color on the beef. Whenever we're able to get it caramelized, we're always gonna get more flavor. Yeah, KFC Mac salad, so good. I don't know if they are as good as they used to be. I'm gonna be honest. I cannot remember the last time I ate KFC. Cannot confirm. All right, I'm just gonna have a little bowl beside my pot here so that we can take out the beef when it's done cooking. And a slotted spoon will be handy for that. That way we can drain out the fat and keep it in the pot. There's that. I will open up our bag and then we'll start prepping up our veggies. Tomato sauce is one of those things that is so simple to make at home, and I think it costs a lot to buy it pre-made in the store. So if you can just take a little bit of time to yourself and make like a bigger batch of tomato sauce to freeze, why not? KFC's has good sides, but Popeye's chicken is so much better. Never had that either. Oh man. Hi, Helquin. Before you went vegan, Jen, you lived across the hall from a guy who always ordered KFC, and he would knock on your door and always give you the Mac salad. Aw, friends. Hi, Kay Bolton. Thank you for the host as well. Your Popeyes doesn't sell chicken? What? Actually gonna do that view first. Sip on our coffee. Our pot is almost hot, so I'm not even gonna start this yet. Maybe we'll open up our tomato can. That's what we'll do for prep. What is mac salad? What is it like? So cooked macaroni with a like mayo-y dressing. What did it usually have in it? Like carrots and celery and onion, right? Is that right? I don't remember. Whoa, that's crazy, Torino. You've never seen it before at KFC in the US? Is it a Canadian thing? I think like a homemade macaroni salad would probably be really, really good. Okay, tomato can come over here. Let's drop a little piece of meat into our pot and see if it's ready yet. Okay, we got sizzle right away. That is what we are looking for. So I think I'm gonna do this in 2 batches. We don't wanna crowd our pan because then we're not gonna get as much searing involved. And then it would just steam onto itself. So a little bit less in the pot. And we will get more flavor that way. Just gonna spread that out a bit more and also just do a sprinkle of salt to season it while it cooks. And now I'm not really gonna stir this around for a good couple minutes. I'm gonna try and let it build up some browning on the bottom there. Seen a KFC buffet in the States that had mac and cheese and regular mac salad. Oh yeah, oh Lord. Can confirm pasta salad not on the KFC menu in Texas. What?
KFC buffet? What?
Madness. I gotta fill up my salt crock. Okay, nice sprinkle of salt over that. And now we're gonna come back over to the board. Start chapping. Little chappy chap. Yeah, sizzle, sizzle. Oh, a peach cobbler thing? Sold. I am sold. Okay. Cut the tip and the top off of the onion. Cut it in half so we can peel it. And then I always like to finely dice my vegetables for meat sauces. It's already trying to make me cry. So mean. Ouch. I'm not crying. You're crying. It depends on the scrap. Kay Bolton, like those onion peels, I'm not gonna save them because there's a little bit of like mold on them, so I don't think that will be very useful in anything. But I mean, for the most part, my veggie scraps go to the dog. So yes, we do save veggie scraps. Okay, so now it definitely looks like our meat is cooking because it's going more gray in color, right? So I think we can take a little peek. It's not browning per se yet on that side, so I still do not want to touch that. Peeking at that meringue, that's looking nice. I'm also gonna move it down, I think. It's browning a bit. I don't know if that'll fit on the plate. Blew up a little bit more than I thought. Rerun, thank you for the follow. Okay, what are you doing to your screwdriver? Is your screwdriver legal? You may or may not have made it sharp, which classifies it as a weapon. Yeah, you probably made a weapon, so please be careful. Please use that in a safe manner. Yeah, you should. You should. Sound a little crazy there, Tao. You're scaring me. Okay, now we got some browning action. Mix that up. Look at the color on the bottom too. And let that keep going. Yum. All right, so onion, small dice. This one has stuff on it too. Oh, you're only trying to clean your file. All right, do our slits. Then we can come back and do our dices. Tomato, sauce is a good one for a little bit of knife skills for sure. And it's usually one that I don't take like too much care in having everything chopped perfect, because it is going to simmer away and everything will eventually get cooked through. But if you want to, you're more than welcome to take your time and practice. She's definitely making my nose run. Okay, last piece of onion, and then I think we gotta go check out our beef. I'm cutting and I can't see. It hurts. Whew. Oh, yes. Looking good to me. Okay, now I'm gonna just gently scoop that out. Try and let any fat drip back into the pan. And then we can come in with our next amount of beef. Oh, it's escaping. It's trying to run away. Wow, a tear just rolled down my face. Almost got it into the pot. I could have seasoned the meat with my tears. I'll try better next time. Gonna wash up my hands. And then spread that all out. That's a good sizzle sound though. And then another little sprinkle of salt as well before we walk away. And guys, I'm just gonna go blow my nose, okay? Like, look at me. Just running down my face. Be right back. I was talking to Sam while I was blowing my nose. I was like, Sam, what do they do when this happens on like a Food Network show that they're filming? I was like, what would Rachel Ray do if the onions were making her cry? And then I was like, oh wait, that's right. The chef is not the one cutting the onions. So it would never happen to begin with. I was like, do they just like wait until they stop crying? Yeah, sad times. These are the things we don't think about though. Okay, how's this? Not gonna disturb it just yet. So I'm gonna keep working on the aromatics here. Get into our garlic. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4 garlic cloves. I'm just gonna slice them up. 1 bitty. That's for the salt. Thank you, Dog. Now we're gonna come in for a stir. I can tell. All those browned bits underneath, that is Flavor Town. You guys cooking any good stuff today or what? Or are you eating any stuff? What's on the menu? I'm also gonna grab a couple of bay leaves down as well. So yeah, having a little bit of deja vu from yesterday's stream when we did the pork shoulder ragu. So yesterday we did an Italian, or yesterday we did a French one. Today we're doing an Italian one. You wish you were eating lasagna. Hey Moen, how are you? You're smoking salmon and baking sourdough. Yum! Yeah, your loaf, it turned out so good the second time. I've been wanting to get on that train too. I was saying maybe Fridays I'll do a bake every Friday on stream. We'll bake some bread together. Okay, meat is cooked all the way through. So once again, let's start taking it out. Trying to reserve all of the beef fat in the pot. And then we're gonna come in with our onions next and get those caramelizing and browning up. And I'm just gonna turn this down now. We don't need as high of a heat to cook the onions. These onions need to beef up. Quite a bit of onion, but they will cook down by about half, I would say. Okay, now we're gonna stir that up, get it coated in the fat. And now this will probably take a good like 10-ish minutes to cook properly. And then we'll stir it every now and then as well. Okay, so while those are going, we finish off our garlic and then our carrots. What's up? I have not heard that in so long. Okay, so I'm just slicing our garlic cloves in half and then just coming back, doing nice thin slices. By all means, you could use a garlic press for this, but I like bigger pieces of garlic in my tomato sauce. What brand of pot? This is actually one of the less expensive brands of a enamel cast iron. So it's Lagostina. And I got it from Canadian Tire up here in Canada, which is like just a department kind of hardware store place. And we got it on sale. I think it was like half off. I was saying this yesterday on stream too. I think we got it for like $60 or something. It was a steal. Compared to if you were to get that one from like Staub or Le Creuset, probably closer to like $300 for that size. So yeah, never buy your cast iron full price. That's a Taz. Your sourdough didn't rise this morning. Big failures. I wonder what the heck happened. Sometimes it happens, hey? You can use one, never again. Onion or garlic? I would say garlic, because I think onion is still more important. You will be in the sun while it's out. Oh, sounds perfect, dude. I'm jealous. The starter was underfed 100%. Did you do the water floating test before you mixed it in? That's what I usually do. Okay, we're gonna finish off these carrots. I just took a peek at the onions there. They are totally fine. I'm just gonna wash these. I don't think we should peel them. They're organic, and I think if we wash them, it's totally fine. Let's not waste it if we don't have to. One quick stir. And it is just fine back here. Those onions are just doing their thing. We're not rushing them. Okay, cut our tops off of the carrots. Just come down and cut that little bit of the root away. And then I'm gonna cut these in half. It'll just be easier for us. And then once again, we'll go in half. I'll go a bit smaller, I think. So let's try and like match to the onion size. I think having nice little delicate pieces of carrots really nice in tomato sauce. Gives it a little bit of bite as well. So I'm gonna turn those this way. Now these guys in half again. I'm gonna cut that one into thirds because it's a bit bigger. We still want to keep everything around the same size for our tomato sauce. carrots are flying. That was fun chopping. All right, let's check it out. So we're cooking it on a medium heat. It is getting a touch dark there on the bottom, so I'm gonna add the carrots because those are gonna add some moisture and help to bring that up. If you find your pot's getting too dark before the stuff cooks, just turn down the heat a touch. Or add a little bit more fat is your other option. So maybe our beef was a bit leaner than we thought. Maybe I will add just a touch of oil. Because that's usually the case if stuff wants to burn on the bottom, not enough fat. Then the sugar doesn't have anything to cook in. Okay, let's mix that in. See what happens. And then the garlic and herbs and spices will be going into there next. That carrot did not stand a chance. No, it did not, dude. Okay, I'm going to pick a little bit more thyme from outside to pop into there as well, because we got time for that. So I will be right back. Hi.
How you doing?
Good?
Whatever you're cooking smells awesome already. I know it's just onions, but
Lasagne.
lasagna. Nice.
Yeah. The parents smell what's cooking outside. Dad says it smells good, whatever it is. Lasagne. Okay. Let us do this. So I'm just gonna take, same thing as yesterday, just take the really tough stem off of the thyme. But I don't find a point of like trying to chop this. I find it cooks down really nice in a tomato sauce. And this is like the first little thyme of the season, so it's not woody at all. It's super delicate. It's doing really good though. I was actually worried about it a little bit this spring. I was like, is it gonna come back? It was just taking its time. Boom. That is good. Come over here, see how our carrots and onion are doing. Yeah. Really good. I think we should add our garlic and herbs. Let that go for a couple more minutes, and then we can deglaze with our red wine and add everything else into there. What's the sound in the background? Is something going wrong? Let me know, Jen. That's weird. Okay, give me a sec, okay? Okay, I just tightened the thing to my transmitter. How is that? Is that a little bit better? Yeah, I don't want you guys to listen to static, so we're gonna solve this issue. Sounds like rain on the roof. Okay, I need to get Sam over here then. Okay, so let me ask you this. It's only the sound when I'm talking? So when I mute this, like I'm gonna mute my mic right now, does it go away? Testing, testing. How's that, guys? We just changed the batteries. Still there. Okay. Okay, I unmuted again. It's sizzling. I don't know. We're fooling around with the transmitter, with my pack. It was there yesterday as well, I shot? Was it when I went over to the stove every time, guys? Because we did kind of move my transmitter closer to outside for the garden stream. It's just always there? What? Is it really, really loud?
Just talk normally and don't worry about it. Carry on.
Okay, Sammy's gonna fool around with it. I'm just gonna turn my mic down a bit. Okay, we gotta cook this garlic just a bit more. Just want it to be a bit more translucent before we deglaze the bottom of this pot here. So I'll turn up the heat a bit. Yeah, it's not a true stream unless you have some tech issues. That's the thing about live stream, right? When you're over the stove, you can't hear it. Okay, well, we'll keep trying to make it better for you guys. And yeah, thank you for letting us know, because otherwise, I mean, we probably wouldn't be able to tell. There we go. Now we're cooking. Okay, about 30 more seconds it looks like. Then we can add our wine. Is there water dripping outside? No. Yeah, no, that's why we're confused. Yeah, is your bed even clean enough for your hair right now? That is the question. Tedious. Because that's honestly what it sounds like, is dripping. That looks perfect. Okay, so we gotta lift up all of this good stuff on the bottom of the pot. Probably about half a cup of wine. Helps if you open the bottle when you go to pour it. Yum, that's gonna bubble up. We can scrape that stuff off. Then we'll add our meat back in. The tomato. Oh, drink. Perfect. I'll finish off my coffee. I wonder if it's the background of the cooking, but with more bass or something. Picking up the sizzling and cutting out. Oh, because you did do a noise gate, right?
Yeah.
So we did add a new noise gate.
Yeah, a whole bunch of new things.
Yeah, there's all sorts of new things. So thank you for being patient with us. All right, scrape up all this good stuff. That's all of our flavor. Yum. Look how dark that got just now. Let's add this little bit of bolo that we already have. It's a brisket bolognese. Very rich. And so bolognese is more of a meat sauce, whereas a ragu is a tomato-based meat sauce. Where bolognese typically does not have any tomato in it. And I think we're gonna have way more than we need for this lasagna today, but that is fine. Everything is fine. So 1 can of diced tomatoes, because I like it more chunky. And then remember I had my pork stock here just to loosen it up. Yeah, we definitely need some liquid. I'm just gonna pour in all of this because I think we'll need it. And you know it's good. Remember yesterday's talk about gelatin and the collagen and stuff? So you can tell lots of gelatin in this pork stock. So that's good for you. When it stays like that, you did good, friends. Just gonna scrape the rest of that out. And then we'll literally just kind of let that melt in, bring it up to a simmer. And I would love to go for like a good half an hour, 45 minutes on this. Get everything married up. Perfect. Well, that just looks tasty taste, doesn't it? Oh, wrong one. There we go. It is the noise gate. You have a headset that does the same thing. Automatically muted itself when no sound is picked up. She says sauce. She means it. What is Pavlova? That's a dessert. You're very welcome, Nike. Yeah, so happy to do this for you, man. This is a great request. Okay, so another thing that we can cross off the list. So it kind of faded in and out of unmute with the background noise. Ah, word. Yeah, flubber. Daff, lasagna it is tonight because your wife cannot find yeast for pizza. That's it, hey? The decision was made for you. No. You don't hear it anymore. I don't know then. Well, the sun came out. That's the only thing that's changed in the last like 5 minutes. The sun has emerged. Where's that lazy hubby? He's not lazy. He's looking up some stuff. We were having some issues with my mic just now. Hey, you guys told me to just keep going how I was going, so unless you interrupt me, I'm just gonna keep carrying on. If the problem is solved, then we're good. We're good. Yeah, praise the sun. Honestly, feels good. It does. Okay, so we have 5 minutes left on our Pavlova timer. How awesome is that? And our pasta dough should be well rested by now, so I think that we should start rolling out the noodles. And then we can get them done early. They can stay in the fridge with flour on them without them drying out until our pasta sauce is ready. And that way our noodles are ready. All we have to do is assemble and then put it into the oven. Perfect. Yeah, don't ask questions, right? It's been raining all day there. It was supposed to be really rainy today, but once again, it just cannot decide what it wants to do. We will be here, Cookie. We will be here when you get back. Okay, get our good old pasta roller out. I wonder if Scoozy got his pasta roller. He said he was ordering one. Haven't heard from Scoos in a bit. Yeah, that feels so nice and soft. Check that out. Look at the softness of that compared to when we first put it into the fridge, right? Nuts.
I fixed it while you were doing your sauce over there.
Okay.
So I took off a little bit off your noise gate, took your gain off a little bit because you were clipping the top of the microphone, and that's why it was popping.
Oh.
It was trying to noise cancel and pick up the fan. So it was like just...
It's like, I don't know what to do. you.
Perfect. That should be good.
Yeah, guys, mic is sounding good now, we're assuming.
No, Mike is sounding good. I'm not assuming.
Here it is, the Atlas 150 from Italy. We had a great talk about this machine the other day on stream. Thanks, iShot. Such a good pasta roller. And it comes with a noodle cutter too. Yeah, the noise gate was confused, exactly. Hi, Iceberg. How are you? And I like this because I can hook it onto my big old cutting board instead of my countertop. Okay, we're gonna have to switch the view a little bit again for this. So Sam, can I have your help for a sec, please? Because you're pro camera adjuster. Hey Scouse, good to see you. How are you? Yeah, Sammy was having a little nap. Okay, so you can like, has to be pulled out to like here. So we need to view the pasta roller again. So I think we usually just like angle it a bit.
First and get it good, and then we'll move my stuff.
Okay, well, I was gonna show them how I set it up. Yeah. That's perfect, isn't it? That to 0. Everything is good here, Scos. Yes, it is. Okay, our pasta dough. It's been rested, what, probably close to an hour, I'm gonna say. So all we have to do, I'm gonna divide this just in half, and then I just need to roll it out to a thickness where we can pass it through our first roll. And then we might need a touch of flour out for this. Oh, that's that Pavlova. Oh yeah. That grew quite a bit. Good thing we made it smaller in the first part. So that was 1 hour at 350. It is nice and hard to the touch. So it says now all we gotta do, if you have the time, is just shut off your oven and just pop that door open and let it cool off naturally on its own. That's how easy it is to make a meringue. So we're gonna give our sauce a little stir back here.
So you need a pork ragu there?
I might. I haven't decided yet because there's lots of bolognese.
Bowl.
You got some fresh cornstarch, nice. This looks clean. This is definitely not the first time using this. I just take really good care of my equipment because I find that it lasts a lot longer that way. Need our handy dandy rolling pin. Just gonna move that down there. I always like to use less flour than we think we need. It's like in the red and silver, hey? Just gonna take that off of there for now. Bring this back. Give it a little pat. Can't really see right now, but I am just rolling it like right here. And if your pasta dough is rested long enough, it should roll out really easily. So there we go. I just rolled it to a thickness where I felt like I would easily be able to pass it through this thing set on 0. So we always start on 0. This one goes up to 9, but usually for lasagna, I stop around 7.
Zach says, unreal, loved it, as per usual. I was like, did it make you happier till this morning? He's like, yes.
That's good. And this is all we do, guys, so just keep passing it through. And I'm gonna take it to 7, and then we have to do a fold halfway through. And that's just going to create more strength in our dough, but later on when we go to cook it, it's actually going to make like a nice, softer noodle, nicer mouthfeel. So do not skip that folding step. It doesn't go to 1. No, we start at 0. Just keep rolling, rolling, rolling. It's like an accordion. Okay, I'm gonna go up to this 6 here, and then we'll do the fold. Love those layers when you first take it out from underneath. Okay, so spread that out. And then what we're gonna do, actually I will show you right here. So bring in both of your ends to the center as best as you can to meet them up there. Basically just showing you here because there's no other surface to show you. And then what we're gonna do is fold that in half as well. So we don't want this to be floury at all because we want it to stick to itself. And now we're gonna go one more in half, and then we get this beautiful sheet of pasta. You can see how smooth it is already, but this is gonna give us an even nicer pasta. You drop in, 2 seconds later, you're looking at the machine. It took the universe, it's telling you to buy it. So this thing was on sale for quite a bit of money off last time we used it. I think that was a couple weeks ago. But yeah, check out Amazon. So Atlas 150 pasta roller. This thing is a beast. All right, so now that we did our folds, this is really important. So we started by rolling our pasta this way, right? So now we did our folds. We're gonna turn it and feed it through the other way. You want the red one? Oh, do they only still have the stainless steel on Amazon? You guys, I want the Ferrari red, Kate. So just roll that out to a point where it's easy to feed through again. And now we're gonna go all the way to 7. SS one was on sale. That's right. You were in here last time, Trevor, with us. And that's when Scoozy bought it. And then Scooz was like, oh, I should have got red. Okay, so turn this all the way back down to 0. Just coming back here to our sauce. Just noticed it was simmering away quite nicely. You see the red one for 80 there, Michelangelo? Oh man, that's a good price. That's what I originally paid for this, and this thing is more than 6 years old. They have gold, blue, black, and pink. What? If only they had a purple. That's the other one I would get. I love the red. I think it's really nice. The red one is on sale with the cutting attachment for $99. That's a steal, because yeah, what are they regularly? The blue one is like kind of a light blue. It'd probably look good with like my stream overlay and stuff. Yeah, about $150 regular price. Crazy. So they've almost doubled in price since I got this like 7 years ago. This pasta feels beautiful, you guys. I'm sure you can tell just by looking at it. But this is why I always use that recipe. So versatile. We've made all sorts of different pastas with it. Noodles, ravioli. I don't think we've done tortellini yet, but we've made like bow tie pasta as well with this one. It's just really nice to work with. Okay, that was 6. We will go to 7. And then pack this little guy up. Maybe we'll cut the noodles to fit our Pyrex pan first. The biggest problem is you can't get durum wheat berries. Luckily you got regular wheat before you sold out. I was gonna say you must mill your own flour then, hey? Can't mill the right flour for pasta. That sucks. Yeah, even we can get a durum wheat here. There is actually a local mill in more of like the farm region, which is close to us, about 20 minutes away, where we got our own durum wheat so that we can mill it ourselves. Bit of a different grind, but they also do mill there too, if you want it pre-done. Okay, for now, I'm just going to flour up this pasta sheet and just set it right in front of me so it does not stick to itself while we roll out the other one, and then we'll cut everything at the same time. But super important to flour this first, because as you can see, it really does want to stick to itself. And we don't want that to happen. Because guys, remember last time we made the pasta, it wanted to stick, but that was actually, we were making the Asian noodles. That's what we used the roller for last time. It's all coming back. So I just have it folded up like that right in front of me. Also, here's a little peek at our sauce. I think that's a perfect simmer. Definitely want that to reduce a little bit as well. Concentrate the flavor more. People have gone crazy hoarding there. Yeah, Michelangelo. Did you fell into the pasta roller trap? Okay, our second little bit of dough there. Gonna flour it again. Roll it out and do the same process that we just did on our first piece. Nah. Boom. All the way back to 0. You don't even eat that much pasta, but you want this machine. Once you start using this machine, you'll eat more pasta. Guaranteed. This makes making pasta at home fun. Like, I honestly find an excuse to bring this thing out on stream for you guys because I always have so much fun with it. If you buy it, your wife might kill you. They have pink. Yeah, just convince her that it's actually for her, and then you can also benefit from the gift. Typical husband thing, isn't it? But it could be a really easy sell though, Trev, because like after the first time you make her pasta, she's gonna be like, oh, why didn't we have this earlier? Right? It's going to enrich your lives. Okay, we'll go up to 6 and then we'll do our folds again. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to buy this so I could make you fresh pasta. Sold. I'm in. How's it going, Bonkman? So into the center. Into the center. And marry those up. And marry that guy up. Want nice even edges, so I always just kind of give that a little press before we roll it out. Nubia, thank you very much for the follow. Bonkman, you went to bed late, woke up late, sounds like a weekend. Yeah, it took me a little bit to wake up this morning too. I don't know, slow poke. Must be Saturday, right? Okay, just floured that a touch to make it a bit easier for rolling. Now we don't have to worry about folding it. So remember, you always put it through the opposite way after you fold. Back down to 0. Let's get this pasta train rolling again. Hey, Lord, how are you? I am doing good. Thanks for asking. I think we are over halfway through our day. Everything is going great so far. How's the Pavlova doing? It should be like pretty much fully cooled off by the time we're done rolling our pasta. I did take a peek in there because that door is popped open a bit. It did fall a touch, which is the typical case. Okay, our last roll. The local farm also delivers eggs. It's so nice to be able to buy without inspecting for bad, cracked, out-of-date eggs. Yes, yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of spots along our like one main road in town. A lot of people have chickens or ducks for eggs here as you just stop on the side of the road at their little farm stand. Good to go. And it is less expensive than the store too. Okay, now we can take apart our pasta machine. So my pro tip, I have this little like Japanese brush that I got in Chinatown. I only use this for dry stuff. So sometimes you've seen me using it for like brushing off mushrooms, works really good. Or you guys were like, wow, it doesn't even look used. I literally just brush the flour off. We don't want to use anything wet because then the flour will get gluey and stick to it. So everything dry, okay? So that's what I do after stream. A nice little brush. The motor attachment is 170. Yeah, I know. I have seen that they do make one. But it's like, well, my motor's right here, so I'm good. I have arms. Sammy man, can I ask you to be the camera adjuster again, please? Because I'm all floured up. I know, I knew you guys were going to miss Sammy yesterday on stream. I knew it was going to be a bit weird. Even I missed him. Okay, so we're going to flour this other set of noodles. Give it a little slide along. Hello? Yeah, you're a dude. You like the motors. Okay, I think we're done with the flour. Get this board back to its home. If you want, I can do camera for you. It works. We'll fix it afterwards, I suppose.
What works? What doesn't work?
It's good. It's good. Yeah, I'm all fiery. I know. I'm actually gonna pop this window. Open up the oven to cool off the meringue, they said. Heat up the rest of the house is what actually happens. Sammy missed being around yesterday. Aww. Okay, I'm gonna get our Pyrex so we can measure our noodles. (13 by 9) glass pan. Basically the norm when you make lasagna because, well, we want to see those layers. That's why we use a glass pan. So this is that bad guy. This is what I'm gonna do, I think. Bring that over here, line it up with the edge of the pasta dough, and then just trim it to fit. I'm gonna use this. And I don't want to waste any pasta, so I'm not gonna square up that edge. I'll just kind of offset them, if you guys know what I mean, like that, so it fills up the pan. And usually we want like, what, 3 layers of lasagna minimum, I would say. So there's that. That would be the first layer. And now all we have to do is I'm just gonna use one of these as my length guide. That's like my little ruler now. You don't know what to cook tonight, dude? What you got in the house? Oh yeah, I talk funny sometimes for sure. Sometimes the words just do not come out right. Have I made ravioli with this yet? Yeah. Yeah, I've made ravioli with this dough before. TDT Club, thank you for the follow. Okay, so that will be extra. Yeah, we did Pavlova instead of creme brulee, Bonkman, because I don't have any proper jars. I realized is I thought I had some 250s of the shallow wide mouth, but they're all the tall little like jam jars instead. So I was like, oh, well, I'm gonna have egg whites left over from my pasta dough, so we'll make Pavlova instead. Use up some of the mango pudding or curd, whatever you want to call it, from yesterday. Country fried steak with smashed taters and gravy. That's a good weekend meal. Oh, isn't that just like perfect? Just trim that up a touch. And then I'm just going to lay them out and see how this goes. So there's our bottom layer. So it goes sauce, pasta, and then it'll go sauce. And then we'll offset these ones. And then that pasta, so there's 2 layers, 3 layers. It's a little short, but it will expand when we cook it. And then maybe 1 more. So if I go like this, and then what if I split this one down the center? Maybe. We'll put that one in the middle, I think, somewhere. And then leave the really nice sheets for the top layer, so it's nice and smooth. Sammy looks like Ryan Getzlaff. I guess right now with how his beard is, that kind of makes sense. Why not just tall glasses of creme brulee? Because you have less surface area for the brulee. Yeah.
You know who that is?
Ryan Getzlaff?
Yeah.
That's a hockey player, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now with the beard gone, you're kind of interested in seeing how we're gonna do the crispy sugar topping. Another time for sure is we'll just order up those jars. Definitely want to show you guys that one still, because there is a science to making a good creme brulee. Okay, a little wash up. I'm just gonna pop all of these noodles into the pan for now, and then just cover them with a tea towel so they don't dry out. Your fam owns the ducks? What? The Mighty Ducks? Okay, and that's it. This can sit out at room temperature. Just gonna get some of this flour out of here. Wipe off the board, because, well, we do have to cut some stuff on this still later. So we'll do a little cleanup before we carry on. '07 Stanley Cup. I used to watch hockey when I was younger. Not really into it anymore. Yeah, literally flour everywhere, friends. Can't wait to show you guys this meat sauce. We love you. Okay. We have been defloured. Check this out. Ooh-wee. Give this a stir. There is a very tasty, tasty layer of fat on the top of there. Happiness. We've got a bit to go though. Probably a good 15-20 minutes for sure. Is you don't want your tomato sauce too watery when you assemble your lasagna, because then you get a little watery lasagna. Want a nice thick sauce. But it's starting to look like kind of creamy, if you guys see that, like kind of cloudy, I guess. That's when we know we are getting close. That's when we know, so that's a good sign. You have to say it's less torturous watching and not smelling than watching and smelling and having to wait. Like being here the whole time. Okay, so we've made our pasta dough, rolled out our noodles, they're all measured up. We made our meringue. We will take a look at that next. Our bolognese is going. Things we need to do still. Assemble the lasagna. We still have to slice some cheese for that, or tear up the mozza, whatever we want to do. And then bake it for about half an hour it'll take. And then just our Pavlova assembly. Not bad. Ooh. I actually love the way that this fell. We need to cook a brisket. Oh, we do still have a brisket in the freezer. So if I like turn this, you can see the layers. So that's like all crunchy egg white. And then in the center here is obviously gonna be really nice and chewy. I love the way it cracks though. So hoping that this will fit on. I think it'll fall off just a bit off the edge. Yeah, that Silpat sheet worked really good. But we're gonna wait. It is still just a little bit warm. So I'm just gonna put that aside. But I think we've got pretty good measurement there. You give it the seal of approval. Thank you. Okay, I think we should whip up our cream. That's how I'm feeling. Get our mixer back here, make some vanilla whipped cream. We can prep our fruit as well. Yeah, the silicone mat, the Silpat. So that's all Pavlova is, guys. Crunchy meringue, whipped cream, and fresh fruit. Feel free to put your own spin on it, because this one is more of like a tropical one this time. But I love it with berries too. Dry off our mixer that we washed up earlier. Okay, and then what do they give us as like a guide for the amount of whipped cream that we need? 1 1/4 cups of whipping cream, and they actually do like 1/2 cup of confectioner's sugar. But I always think that the meringue itself is already sweet enough where I don't usually sweeten the whipped cream. So usually I just add vanilla to the whipped cream, and that's it, and I keep the sugar coming from the meringue and the fruit. Wikipedia says it's a meringue-based dessert named after the Russian ballerina Anna Pavlova. Yes, it is, yeah. I remember actually reading that last time we made Pavlova. You're refreshing my memory, Bonkman. Yeah, Trev, this is your dream mixer. It's a beaut. Okay, we got that heavy cream. Like to just give it a little shake. I'm gonna do a cup. Actually, I'll do a 1.5 cups. And then that will double in size. So we'll end up with 3 cups of whipped cream. We'll just whip the entire 2 cups. Hey, Wilson's stepbrother, welcome in. I've been good. How have you been? Every time you use your KitchenAid, you expect it to basically have a stroke and die. Yeah, nothing like paying 300 bucks for a Russian roulette appliance. That is how I feel. And I got sick of paying that money like a couple years after year. So just spend a little bit more and this thing should last you the rest of your life. Oh, you have a little bit of cabin fever. Have you not been able to get outside at all? Okay, so vanilla it up. Very little, it's been 6 weeks now. Oh, I'm sad to hear that. Yeah, I always feel like a lack of fresh air and sunshine really takes its toll on us. Good drop of vanilla. Now, let's get this turning. Always start on low. You're over 8 weeks in there? Wow. See, we're actually allowed to still go outside, and they did actually open up all the parks in our little town, which is nice. So we don't have it as bad. We really got lucky. This is a Swedish brand of mixer, and yes, it has other attachments. I have a grain mill. You can get a pasta roller attachment. I have the meat grinder attachment. It also can press pasta or extrude it. What else? You can get a blender to go on the top of this. I have a dough mixing bowl as well. I do have a link for it. You find you've been outside more because that's all you have to do. Totally, yeah. I don't know, Canadians have really been taking advantage of that. We like to be outside though, I would say. Like, Canadians are notorious for always being outside. Thank you, Cookie. I don't think the price has gone down on the machine in 10 years yet. And yeah, this probably does not ever go on sale. Yeah, waffles, so many new adventures. So once the cream starts getting thicker, we can turn up the mixer a bit more. We'll go for like a pretty stiff whip on this. So you can cross that one off the list too. Whipping cream. Sweet. We still have to make our salad today too, guys, our caprese salad. Give it another stir to our sauce. It's reducing really nicely. A little bit more. Are the beaters sturdier than they look? Yes, yeah. So this is like the really whipping beaters, so meringue, whipped cream, stuff like that. And then they also have a really thin style of beater where you can use these to make cookie dough, and then it won't mess up our plastic bowl, right? Because cookie dough is pretty thick. And then we also have this one. So this goes on to when we're using the metal bowl to make like a bread dough. This is a dough roller, which I've only used that a couple times. Gonna get a little bit of water while we wait. We're getting there. Okay, turn it a little bit lower now. So there's a really fine line between like a stiff whipped cream and the point where you're going to more towards like a butter where it's separating. So we want to stop whipping the cream before it starts to look like kind of granular. And then we'll have a really nice, smooth mouthfeel that way. definitely not the time to walk away from your whipped cream. Trev, I'll read what you said in a sec here. So this is taking all of my attention. Just want to test this. Can go a bit more. It's not quite holding its shape yet. It looks perfect. Yeah, we're almost there. Oh yeah, I guess we could have, Sam. It's not too late. Okay, Sam actually just made a great suggestion. So any Europeans in here will know what I'm talking about when I say vanilla sugar. This is a German thing. And I'm surprised we could actually find this here. But it's really good in whipped cream, and it has a little bit of a stabilizer in it. Anyone ever seen this one before? So I think it came in like a little pack of 10. It's legit. You know it's from Germany when. It's the good stuff, right? Because Sammy was born there, so he knows all the good German stuff, just so you guys know. He's been teaching me. Yeah, if I want to like stabilize or sweeten a whipped cream, that's usually what I go for. It's not really expensive either. I don't remember though what it costs. You just make that. You totally can. Add some vanilla into sugar, good to go. But like I said, I think this one has a bit of a stabilizer in it. So the whipped cream will hold its shape for a touch longer. And then I'm just gonna whip that in slowly so we can melt the sugar properly. Because our whip was almost done. It's like 50 cents or something in Germany, yeah. It's really not much. Yep, that's something you'll find in the international food aisle. This is looking so nice. Now let's see. It's medium peaks. Maybe one more minute. Now we can test it the same way as the meringue. So flip up our beaters. There's nothing that's falling off of them. Nice and stiff. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave this in the bowl and put it into the fridge like that. I don't like to work whipped cream too much once it's whipped because we don't want to take all the air out. Same thing with meringue, right? Sammy can clean the beaters. Yeah, that's perfectly, like, not sweet and perfectly vanilla-y. Cookie, you have 00 bread and AP. For making pasta dough, any/all? Yeah, I usually go AP.
Not bread though.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go bread flour because might make a tougher pasta dough. Vanilla beans are crazy expensive there now. $2 to $3 each. Yeah, that's why I get the paste. That's why I get this stuff in the bottle. Plus, then you don't have to keep scraping your beans. So this is an Amazon one for sure. So Nielsen Massey, Madagascar Bourbon Vanilla Bean Paste. You'll save more money getting that amount. Okay, I'm just going to, I think I have to pop this in the other side in the fridge. Oh, maybe not. I think we can fit it. Yeah. Okay, grabbing our matzo out. Cheese time. And I'm just gonna take a quick 30-second break, okay guys? I will let you watch our meat sauce bubble. Yeah, paste means they're not watering it down with alcohol. Okay, be right back. I'm back. We're back. Let's give this another stir. I think we are very close to assembling this lasagna. Ooh, I don't even think so. I think maybe 10 more minutes on this. Oh yeah, yeah, baking time on lasagna is about half an hour. So we can see, like, even from last time where we mixed it up, way less stuff sitting on the top of there. So our liquid has been reducing and concentrating in flavor. Exactly what we're looking for there. So this is our matzo that we're using today. I opted without ricotta because that stuff is really expensive to get on the island right now. So ricotta and mascarpone, not gonna be any dishes for the next little bit until that price goes down because we're paying about double everyone else. So this is a really good, fresh, soft matzo. I mean, if you look at the moisture, 60%. So really, really good. And you can tell basically just by like squeezing it. It's not buffalo, nope. It is not like a specialty buffalo matzo, so a little less expensive than that. Hi Vune, good to see you. How are you? As well as Cheese Pizza. Welcome in, man. How's the day? Everyone said that you had to raid and run earlier. I hope you got all your stuff done that you needed. So I'm gonna tear this open. We're gonna use some of this in the lasagna. So I think we're gonna go straight meat pasta layers for our lasagna and then put this on top to get melty, ooey, gooey. We'll brown it up under the broiler after. And then we just need a bit of this also for our caprese salad. So we got lots of tomatoes to use up. Yeah, I am doing good, View. And yep, let it be known that the rain is now falling. Glad to share the love. Yeah, I saw one of your pizzas come out of the oven, cheese, when I was getting ready for my stream.
Wait, the hot honey.
Yeah, and then the hot honey. Just wait. I was like, oh no. Okay, so this is how this is. There's not too much moisture in here. So I think I'll just cut it in half. And then I'll cut it on a plastic board. Because I don't like to contaminate my cheese. That's how it goes bad quicker. You can just flip that guy out. And we get this from Costco here. I think it was about $8 for this. 450 grams, so half kilo. $8. Because Mott's is pretty expensive. Any kind of fresh cheese, right? Save that for our salad. And then for the lasagna, I think we're just gonna tear this up. So good. Because matzo tears like that. And I think it looks really good. It's more like a rustic or artisan look on it, right? It looks middle of the road, yeah. So I find that this brand, I've definitely had a couple of different experiences with it. Is this one definitely looking more dry? I have had some that I've opened though, and there's like a lot of liquid in that package. So not the most consistent, I guess, on what they produce. Yeah, this, salt, pepper, lemon, some olive oil, you're good to go. I do love this brand because you can taste like the quality of the milk in it. It's so creamy tasting. We might actually luck out and be able to put some cheese in the middle layer. This is also the same matzo that we like to use on pizza. Makes a mean margarita. Okay, so that's for our lasagna assembly. Just kind of scooch that over a bit. Saw me make the pasta for the lasagna later, or earlier. Nice, Vune. And I said, once you have this machine, you're gonna use it so much. You have one and you use it never because it's so much work. Come on. I expect more, Vune. But that does happen with some appliances, right? As you buy it thinking that you're gonna use it all the time, and then it never really gets touched. So I would say for those things, try and get rid of it. Try and put that money towards something else useful in the kitchen rather than it just sitting there. Yeah, but 35-cent nudes are delicious too. It's true. Punisher, how are you? Yeah, but wait, more cheese? That's like your Instapot, Jen. Yeah, I forget to use it. Oh, it's such a cute little bird in the garden right now. They're playing. Okay, so this bit of cheese is for the salad, so I'm going to cut it in half lengthwise. And then I'm going to do nice like half-inch slices so that we get this nice little like half round of cheese to assemble our salad with. You always buy the machines and you never use them. The juicer, it was awesome at first. Bread baking machine, it beeps super effing loud, so you can't do it at night. Oh man. The bread baking machine, that's just an oven. iShot, you think there's not enough cheese for the lasagna? We do have some more in the fridge. I could grate up some more of the white cheddar from yesterday. That could probably be good. Add a little bit of saltiness to this. Okay, so that's how I packed up our cheese for the salad. So just gonna pop that into the fridge now so it can stay nice and fresh. Gonna rinse my knife and my hands off. Juicers are actually, like, out of anything, they are one of the worst things to clean, for sure. And then you're always left with all this pulp after, which I think is such a waste. Why not just eat the entire fruit? Back on the topic though, smoked mozzarella cheese. Yeah, if you've never had it, go try it. Trev, you have a few pounds of parm you just picked up. It's going into everything. Yeah, I've not been going for a hard cheese. I've been trying to like hold off as long as possible because once again, that's an expensive ingredient. But the thing is that the harder cheeses is I find they do last longer in the fridge. You get nice juice from your Vitamix, yeah. Just blend it. I'd rather have like everything from the fruit and vegetable than taking the fiber out. To me, that's a little silly, right? Okay. How is this meaty sauce? I'm gonna give this a taste. That will tell me everything I need to know, I think. I wish Nike could taste this, guys. It barely needs like any seasoning. But we did sneak in like the one pre-done bolognese from before. So that does make a little bit of sense. Okay. Get these bay leaves out. A little sprinkle of salt. And I think we're gonna assemble. So you guys can notice that I didn't cook my pasta noodles. I didn't do any of that yet. So I like to leave our sauce a bit more watery so that that liquid can cook into the pasta. So to me, you'll get more flavor that way rather than boiling the pasta in water. So it's gonna soak up the water. I would rather the pasta soak up all of the meaty flavor. That's just me though, right? Yeah, just give you the pot and a baguette, 20 minutes later, it's gone. For so much tomato, it doesn't look super red. So that's the thing, is bologneses are more of a meat-based sauce, whereas ragu is a tomato meat-based sauce. So for the most part, whenever you see bolognese, there's actually not any tomato in there. A lot of people get that confused. Yeah, good Italian food. I love Italian food, love making pasta. Only fresh tomatoes are also tomatoes from the can. We only used 1 can of diced tomatoes in there, so no fresh tomatoes in there. Okay, got some cheddar. Akuma Mod, thank you very much for the follow. You like the taste of bolognese, but yours takes about 3 to 4 hours to make. Yeah, even with the pressure cooker. Whatever I have extra, I'm probably gonna keep simmering that. Yep, I did change the recipe. That's like a very North American version of lasagna to me, but it is a good base recipe that I would like you guys to start with, and then just take my couple little tips that I give you guys today. Okay. Our lasagna, I think this usually bakes around 375 Fahrenheit. Yep, bake at 375 for about 45 minutes. I'm in. It doesn't have bechamel. I looked at probably close to 10 different lasagna recipes when I was trying to find one for you guys. And yeah, some had bechamel, some didn't. It's whatever you want to make of it. That's the fun part. All right. So those sheets we wanted to sneak into the center. These are our 2 really nice sheets for the top. I think I'll switch it out with this one. So save your 2 nicest sheets for the top layer. It's looking like we're gonna have 4 layers of pasta. You only know how to make it with bechamel. It was what you were taught anyways. Yeah. I think lasagna is definitely one of those things that you make it the way that you're taught how to make it, right? Yeah, with the fresh pasta, you don't have to parboil anything. Super nice. All right, I will get my sauce on the other side over here. Because that's what's got to go down first. Yeah, very reminiscent of what we made yesterday. Except yesterday was pork. And today we have beef. Yours would be with chunks of mozza and chunks of spicy Italian sausage and lots of ricotta. That's the Nike lasagna special. That sounds so good. I mean, the more cheese you add, the more expensive it gets, right? So just keep that one in mind. Okay, that is nicely mixed. So now we just want 1 nice layer of sauce along the bottom, just so that our pasta doesn't stick. It doesn't need to be like really thick or anything like that. Distribute it evenly. Just make sure my phone is charged for later. Yes. Okay, lay down our noodles. So these ones we're offsetting them. Give that a nice little press. I mean, the gravity will do them pretty much all the work for you. Just gonna stir this again. Come in with another layer. Smells so good. So you always want enough meat on the layer to cover the noodles completely. So always spread that out nice and evenly. Okay, next one. I'm gonna do this set of pasta. So it was a little bit short there. And this is the part where we trimmed it or cut it to fit. Trim it a bit more. We don't want it to overlap too much because it might cook unevenly if that happens. Actually, put that over, put that over, put that in the middle. We're just gonna fill up all the little spots. That's all you gotta do. And that's why we put that in the center layer. So you're not really gonna notice it when we go to cut it. It's actually deceiving how much sauce you need for lasagna. I thought we would have a lot extra, but it's looking like we're not going to. We might just have the perfect amount. Okay, I'm gonna sneak a little bit of cheese into this layer. You don't gotta go crazy with it. Just gonna do something like that because when it melts, it should kind of fill all of the crevices. Yum. Cheers, my dude. Oh, it's 4:20 for you. It's 2:20 here. Afro Funk just tuned in. Do I pre-cook my pasta sheets before assembling the lasagna? So we made handmade pasta dough today. It was an egg and flour based pasta, and because it's a fresh pasta we don't have to pre-cook the noodles. If you were using dried noodles bought from the store, then yes, you will have to pre-cook it. This is our second last layer. Skimping on the cheese. iShot is so disappointed right now. I'm trying to save most of it for the top. And yeah, we are skimping because stuff's so expensive right now. I refuse. I guess that's kind of a chef thing probably, is like sometimes we're used to not always getting the ingredients that we order. And so then we just make do with it. We're definitely going to be putting a sheet pan underneath this casserole dish when we put this in the oven. Because we are pushing the limits. Okay, trying to even that out. All right, our last layer. I have matzah, and then I also took out some white cheddar, aged white cheddar, for just a little bit of salt and funk, and to help it brown on top too. kind of want to stretch this out a bit. Might not be able to now. Let the heat of the meat sauce, we can stretch it. Stretch to fit. Beautiful. Yes, yeah. If you guys can afford it, 100% put ricotta in it, as it is really, really tasty. Well, that's satisfying, isn't it? Only what, like a cup of this left, but I seriously can't add any more, as it will overflow. That's such a heavy pan. Look at those layers. Yeah, this just enough for a snack, really. I'm just gonna clean up the edges before we put our cheese on. Otherwise that'll bake on and it just won't look as nice when we go to take it out later. This is half the recipe. That was half of the recipe for our pasta dough. So a half recipe of that pasta dough that I showed you guys makes enough for one big pan of lasagna. When I cook it, will I cover it? I think we should cover it for about half of the time of baking, and then we'll take the foil off once the pasta is cooked, and then we can let our cheese start to brown up. Bye, Jen. Good luck grocery shopping. Stay safe. Take care out there. And maybe we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. All right, I'm going to shred the cheddar on first, and then I'll drop the mozza chunks onto there. I think my grater is in here. Nice and clean. Thanks, dishwasher. Deadly. Tomorrow is Indian, yeah. Yeah, tandoori chicken, some saffron rice, a cauliflower spoon salad, and maybe some naan if I'm feeling crazy. Tap, tap, taparoo. Okay, spread that out if you think it needs it. Next, our chunks. Cheesy chunks. Yeah, this is gonna need a pretty long resting time when we first take this out of the oven. And the oven says, I'm hot. I'm ready for the lasagna. Chunks. Okay. Does that look like we're skimping on cheese now? Gotta just tear some foil, cover that up. Very healthy amount. Thank you, Vyun. Bam. Not a ton of dishes from today's meal either. Not bad at all. Everything's really just falling into place today. We like when that happens. Every layer, yeah, needs cheese. Oh, I have nothing against that for sure. The other lasagna recipe I do want to try is the Maddie Matheson one. You guys seen that one? It has chorizo in it. Chorizo sausage. Looks so good. All right, watch your eardrums, because this foil is loud. So we cover this up first so that we can keep the steam inside of the casserole, and that's gonna help cook the pasta because we don't have that cooked yet, right? So this keeping it covered is going to help it cook quicker for us. So it says around 45 minutes in the oven. I usually go for about half an hour on my timing. My oven's a little bit hotter. So I will do a 15-minute timer, and then we should be able to take the foil off and go another 15 or even longer if we feel like we need it. But lasagna is assembled. So just have a salad to make and finish off dessert. And then obviously our reveal of this crazy casserole. The fact that you're at work and this is a ferry ride away and you cannot come over hurts you badly, right, Meow Hoju? I'm sorry. You know that you're more than welcome to come over. That would be so much fun. Okay. Oh, do not forget to put the sheet pan underneath, unless you want to be cleaning your oven for many hours the next day. Save yourselves. Trust me. Thanks, Nike. Yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be good. Okay, safety first. Whew, that's hot. Minutes on the clock. Hardest part of the day is done. Okay, so for our pavlova, we have it already made here and it's cooled off. We've whipped our cream already. So mango curd is done as well. That was yesterday on stream. Just dropping my pen. So I'll check that one off. And all we got to do is cut up some fruit, grab some garnish. I think we'll do some mint with that. Would be really nice because it's more of a tropical flavor. Yes, yeah. Come over when you feel like it's safe to come over. Thank you for protecting your friends. Yeah, that's appreciated. I honestly keep forgetting sometimes that we're all in this situation right now. I might not even get into the pineapple. because this mango is so nice. I'm gonna cut it on a plastic board because, well, we did already cut onions on that today, and I don't want to transfer that flavor. That's why I was sniffing my cutting board there for a sec. Wow, it just got so dark outside. Okay, so same way that we cut our mango yesterday, you guys remember, is there's a thin pit that runs along the center of this here. It's about 1/2 inch thick. Just cut along each side of that. And then I have not decided yet the shape that I'm gonna cut the mango for the pavlova. I was thinking maybe like thin slices would look good. Oh, good thing we got into this, hey? Probably wouldn't have even lasted another day. Whoo-wee. And then don't throw this out. I usually just nibble around that pit on my own. So I'm gonna clean this up before we start cutting into it because it's just a little bit bruised on that part. Take that off. Cut along there. Got a little boo-boo. I don't know what happened there. Oh no. Okay, I'm not gonna keep cutting that away. I think I'm going to try and scoop this out first, and then we're going to come in and cut it. Probably gonna be the easiest way to do this. She is absolutely pouring outside now. Perfect for the garden. Garden's happy. So same thing as yesterday is I just ran my bigger spoon just along the outside of the mango first. Kind of the same way that we take an avocado apart. Usually go around the border, loosen it off the skin, and then I think it's easier to get this whole piece in one go. Just go slow and controlled. Beautiful. Give that a flip. So I'm hoping when we slice that is we won't really see the bruises there. What are you doing?
Well, we like lasagna.
Yeah, praise the rain. Yeah, perfect for our AC flowers. I gotta check turnip prices. So far, not so good this week. Probably at a loss in the stock market. Ooh, poor mango. I feel like mangoes are very similar to avocados in the sense that we can't really see into them until we cut in, and sometimes, well, throwing half of it away because who knows why. Gets boring watering your crossbreed experiment area, yeah. Okay, well, this looks really good how I sliced that. But I think I'm going to cut this in half. Oh man, like what is this? I'm actually really upset right now. Maybe that's why they were on sale. Tricked ya. There we go. Okay, well, I think I'm just going to slice it that way. Nice, like, big pieces. Yeah, automatic sprinklers or like an irrigation system. Come on, Tom Nook. Okay, I'm going to turn it this way and then just come in with my knife. Do nice slices like that. Then we can distribute that around on the meringue. You got like a nice piece of mango. You can tell it's really, really ripe. A bit hard to handle. But we just take our time. There's no rush here. Just making sure it's not raining in the house, because I'm loving this fresh, cool air coming in the window right now. I'm gonna eat that one. What was that? The rain picking up and the wind. Did you hear it? These are almost gonna look like flower petals, I'm gonna say. We might be able to make something really cool with this. Oh, nice, you're wearing a headset. Yeah, such good sound through that. I was like, hey, not raining in my house. All right, how about some mint? I'll go snip some of that real quick. And then I think we might put our Pavlova together. Whether we get into it yet or not, though, is to be determined. We might have to eat our salad first because health. Okay, I gotta go outside in the pouring rain, grab this mint. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. We're safe. Go, go, go. That's why I keep my mint basket kind of like under the house. So I just snipped a couple different kinds. This one is the chocolate mint. This little one is like a spearmint. Just a lot of wind, Bonkman. Okay, so that's that. And then the last thing I wanted, just some coconut flakes. So fancy flake, going with the sweetened stuff here as well. That's our garnish set, I think. I was kind of thinking about doing cherry blossoms on it, but I am not going outside now. I'm sorry. I refuse. Okay, fruit, mint, coconut, done. So caprese salad. Grab a couple tomatoes here. Got a couple from the vine. And then we have this little symphony of like multicolored grape tomatoes, which I thought would be so good. And they're really nice and sweet right now. There's like a burst of flavor and juice in your mouth. So use some of those too. should be good. Put a good dent in it. Grab our plate as well. So whenever you're making a caprese salad, you can put greens with it, but traditionally this salad does not have any greens or lettuce. It's just tomatoes and cheese and some other flavors. So something with a rim because, well, tomatoes are juicy and we're going to still be adding balsamic vinegar to this as well as some olive oil. So use something with a rim, not just a flat plate. So we got to keep all those juices in there. Okay, so I am just going to cut out our little stem here at the top of our vine tomatoes. And then we're going to do nice round slices of those. And then I think we'll either quarter or halve the cherry tomatoes. Has anyone had a caprese salad before? So I'm going to reserve that top slice for something else. I'll probably just munch on it after stream because we want the nice round. And then somewhere around like 1/4 to 1/2 inch thick slices. We want the tomato to hold up to the acid and the oil. Yeah, you love it, hey? Me too. Such a simple and flavorful salad with tomatoes. Olive oil and balsamic vinegar, salt and pepper, yeah. Art, you love it? Me too. It's an easy sell. Sammy loves it too. Okay, so just slide those up top. Come into our grape tomatoes. So I was thinking what we would do is kind of layer the rounds around the outside and make this border with the slices of cheese and then put all of our like little cherry tomatoes kind of in the center. That's my thought, at least. That's the idea I have in my head. Yeah, time to break out the aged balsamic. I will be using our very nice single origin olive oil on this salad for sure. This is one of those times. Definitely heavy on the tomatoes today on stream. Must be getting back into spring and summertime. Oh, also need to sharpen my knife this week. It's time, Kate. Okay, put that up there. Clear the area here. We have less than 10 seconds on our lasagna already. That's how fast time's flying. I would suggest only uncovering your lasagna if you have bubbles already coming up through the sides and the top. Otherwise, if it's not quite bubbling yet, leave the foil on for at least 5 more minutes and then check it again. So that's what I'm going to be looking for right now. So the cheese is melted and it looks like it's just starting to bubble. Check the other side as well, because the cheese kind of stuck onto the foil. Yeah, I'm gonna go 5 more minutes. It's not quite hot enough for us to take that off, and then we can take it off. So that would be 20 minutes cooked with the foil on. And then it should be about 15 minutes without it. Okay, grabbing our matzo. I do have this little container of pesto in the fridge that I opened, a little bit ago. Used about half of it already because it's definitely not pesto season right now. Basil is not growing. So I think we got this on sale. We can pop some of that onto there too. But I do have fresh basil leaves. I think a pesto just makes it more rich, which is not bad. Not a bad thing. Luckily, had some basil leaves that lasted overnight. The rest of these less nice looking leaves, we'll just chop that up. Maybe put it onto the lasagna or something. I don't know yet. Okay. So I always dress this salad afterwards. So I just drizzle on the vinegar and the oil and then sprinkle the salt. So like I said, I think we'll do the border around this plate with our rounds and the cheese, and then put our nice halves of cherry tomatoes in the middle. So let's see how this is going to work here. Just trying to determine like how tight I need to layer all this stuff together. Can I sneak in this little guy? Probably. The tomato butt. Sneak it in if you can. No one will know. There's something about the red, white, and green, right, guys? All of the Italian feels. Boom. Can you tell? I have a little bit of OCD. Just cleaning up this tomato juice and seeds. Okay, so now, I don't know if we're gonna use all of these little guys. Definitely wanna get some other colors in here. The green and the red looks so good. Get those green tomatoes more on top. How's that? I think that's looking pretty good. Should we do more, a little bit more cheese in the middle? And just kind of lay it like that on top of it. But I think before we do that final one, so we do have some extra cheese and tomatoes here. We should dress this. But our lasagna is saying, hey, just wait, Kate. Check on me. Yeah, add basil and you got the Italian flag. Here it is. We're almost there. Oh yeah, nice red wine vinegar. That's good too. Okay, I'm gonna give us stove view because I need to pull this thing out to take the foil off. I can hear the bubbles, so that is good. Be careful when you're lifting it out. Very careful, it is heavy. Ouch, that's hot. Just trying to get the mozza off of the foil. Just the worst. We don't want to lose all our cheese onto the foil. Oh, oh my God. Thanks, Sammy. Sammy's like, this means I can almost eat. So that's why we put the sheet pan underneath, because this is probably gonna go over. So now I will let this go for, we'll do another 10 minutes. And then we gotta let it rest. Yeah, it's bubbling. That's when we know to take the foil off, ice. And so I started baking this on the lower oven rack. I'm gonna pop it up on top now, closer to the element, and that should help with browning as well. So 10 minutes and then we'll peek again. Cookie! Thank you for the biddies as well. Oh, guys, we're like halfway to our trivet. Thank you. Yeah, that is juicy. Burn the cheese. No, we don't want to burn the cheese. You guys, don't be silly. Okay. This is that good stuff. And this is something that we picked up when we were in New York. We got it from Italy. I believe Scat actually donated for this. He said, get yourself a really good olive oil. I think that little bottle was about $20. And it made it back to Canada with us. Oi la la. So this is a multi-award-winning extra virgin olive oil from single olive variety, Coratina, 100% Italian single estate. So that, I guess that's the variety of olive, Coratina. And then this is cold pressed, so you get the most flavor from it. Is it worth it? Yes. It is worth it. You can totally taste the difference of flavor. You really get a lot of olive flavor from this. So definitely cannot cook with that. It is a finishing oil that I mostly just use on salads. Costco brand aged balsamic vinegar of Modena. It's not the best, but it's also not the worst. I mean, any time that you can get your Italian ingredients from Italy, that's better than it being sourced somewhere in North America. So I'm just gonna do one drizzle all around there. And balsamic vinegar does have a nice sweetness to it as well. I'm gonna save actually the center of this. That's where I'm gonna put the pesto. So let's make sure we add enough vinegar around that we can still dress the whole salad. Oh, was it Elvin? Elvin took it from me. That's right. Yeah. So when we were in New York, we were staying with a viewer and he's like, no, I am getting this from you or for you. That's right. Okay. Come in with our olive oil. It's so beautiful. This is where we use a very nice flaked salt. So a finishing salt. Sea salt flakes. This is the most popular brand, I would say. Camera should do a pretty good job of showing you. So it's like literally little salt pyramids. This is a fleur de sel. This is how the salt actually is made, is it forms the pyramids on its own. Pretty crazy. Really cool. So a good sprinkle of that, especially with all of our really nice cheese on there. You once dumped a 5-pound box of Maldon on the floor. The fact that you're still alive after that, you must be all right. I can just picture my life ending if I did that. Yeah, did you move? Okay, there's our salt. Let's get into our basil. I'm just gonna tear it up. I like tearing basil. Once again, more of like a rustic kind of grandma feel. Homemade as well, right? I will keep these 2 leaves for our garnish still. Your chef did get just a bit upset. I can imagine. Once we start tearing into this basil, that's all we smell. So good. I'm gonna save these 2 bigger leaves just to garnish our little piece of lasagna later. So save that. And then come in here. KO. Knocked out. Mix up our bit of pesto. Gonna put like a dollop of the pesto just right on top of the cheese and literally stick that in there. That's what I made for you today. Something beautiful and simple and tasty. And well, not the most healthy, but you'll taste the love. So, quick photo. You guys know the drill. Very picturesque. It really is. I have always had this like passion when plating salads, and I think that vegetables just do a great job on their own with how colorful they are, just to make beautiful pictures. Doesn't take a lot of effort. Even worse, you once cooked your 2 New York strips as prime rib. Oh, that's bad too. Thanks, guys. Try and get this photo. Lighting just got so bad in here. Gotta turn the presentation towards me as well. Got it. We get to eat. Yeah, just pass it on over, Izzy. Got the veggies before the lasagna. Where do I even want to start? I think I might also finish with a touch of pepper. That's what I forgot. That one's optional for you guys, but I like it. Coming in, just gonna cut a little piece of cheese there. And some tomato. The nice part is you can cut everything with your fork. Try and get a piece of basil on there as well. Give it a little swirl around in our dressing underneath. Sweet, salty, creamy. Super refreshing with the tomato. Tomatoes are really flavorful, which is surprising because it's not really tomato season. Let's see it with the bit of pesto. And let's try a cherry tomato instead. Gonna have to scoop that on. Pesto actually added a bit more sweetness. But then again, the cherry tomato is a bit sweeter too. So maybe if you use pesto, you'll just need a touch more salt. This is one of my favorite salads. And we have the Sammy Man here on stream today. We missed him yesterday, hey guys? That's our 10 minutes already. Oh, baby. She's almost bubbling over. Okay, I'm gonna turn this broiler on because that is done. Start that and we will have to keep a very close eye on it. The tomatoes are amazing right now. It's like, is it the middle of summer? I'll just be down here, friends, making sure that we don't burn the cheese.
You took a photo of it, right?
Yeah, I did. Sam, you took a photo of this, right? Yes, it's okay. It's okay, my dear. You can eat your food in peace. Wrecked. Okay, I'm gonna do a little swivel of our pan. Our very heavy, molten hot pan. Smelling absolutely insane right now. I'm gonna be bringing Lasagne up here in a sec.
I'm out.
I gotta prep the area. It's gotta go quick.
I'm out.
He's out. Oh, man. Rockin' hot. Insane. What? What? That looks too good. The heck? Yeah, there's no words really. That's why we let it rest. Because if we were to even try and get into this right now, just a sloppy mess. All your layers are gonna fall apart. All of that work will be ruined. Yeah, I'm also drooling. Swallow your saliva and then we can talk again. And yeah, as you can see, great thing that we put our sheet pan underneath. It didn't go over, but it was very close. So I'd rather be safe than sorry in this instance. Okay, so I recommend letting this rest about 15-ish minutes for sure before we cut into it, which is actually perfect. We can plate our dessert in that time.
So we
Excuse me.
Dessert and lasagna.
Excuse me. Those are some caprese burps. Appetizer, dessert, and then lasagna. Sound good, guys? I have actually never made timpano, but it's something that I am down to attempt. I think I would do a good job at it for sure, as I have a good understanding of pasta. But what, I just need to get a large enough container to make it in, I guess. It's fun but challenging. You've cooked it then, Cooking Geek? Okay, I'm gonna just quickly put this on the stove top to cool off. How long did it take you to make? I guess that's my next question. You don't remember? Aw. And I'm just gonna pop our pesto back into the fridge so it stays fresh. 6 hours maybe, that sounds about right. Okay, we have our cream. I will be right back. Hey, what's that guy doing? Okay, friends, remember our mango puddings that we made yesterday? You just looked it up, Bonkman. It's a crazy layered dish, I know. You have enough points to request 2 meals?
Oh man.
Well done, that's all I'm gonna say. So this is definitely set up overnight. Look at that, there's a little bit of jiggle. And all I did yesterday before we ate them after dinner is I actually popped them quickly into the freezer. So good, like kind of semi-frozen. Oh man, gonna be awesome in the summer. So I thought that I would just kind of scoop the pudding from that bowl to use for our pavlova. The beard is coming back yet. Sammy is going to the barber shop today after stream. I have the trimmer all charged up. So you'll see a nice, clean, and fresh looking Sammy tomorrow. All right, I need a spoon for the curd. We have to put our pavlova onto the plate, which is gonna be a tight fit. Might have to go with a larger plate, so I'll get that out just in case. Got a backup one, a bit bigger. I cooked the meringue for 1 hour at 300 Fahrenheit. And the recipe is right there. Super simple. I love when the meringue gets a little bit like golden. When you bake it, I'd rather have that than it like more pale in color. So that's not gonna fit. Usually do it overnight on the pilot. Yeah, everyone kind of has their own way and their own kind of type of meringue that they like. So I like it to be like really crunchy on the outside and then still a bit chewy in the center. So that's why we go a bit hotter and quicker of a bake. So that looks like it'll fit better because I don't think it's gonna fit on here is the issue. Oh, actually, I like that a bit better. Eee! That's me. All right, so first things first, I think we're going to add our nice pile of whipped cream in the center. So we made up a vanilla whipped cream just a little bit ago on stream. I'm just gonna do little dollops there. That's how we build some height as well. On the Pavlova is piling up our cream in the center. That's why we want it a little bit stiffer. So bring that in for you guys too. Downside of your weight is it is crunchy and it isn't cuttable by a fork very well. Okay, so that's more like a meringue kind of cookie or a meringue kiss. So it's really crunchy, whereas Pavlova, I think you need it a bit chewy still. I'm gonna stop there for now. I think it looks good. And then I think we're gonna spoon our curd or mango pudding, whatever you want to call it. It is dairy free because it has coconut milk in it. So I was just gonna kind of do little dollops of it. Onto the meringue. Nothing like really fancy. Have fun with it, guys. I think it's really important that it's always a lot of fun when you guys make desserts. Because sometimes it's pretty stressful, right? It's like half the time it's like, is this even gonna work? I think that's good. Okay, next thing is we have some mango slices. Just gonna kind of pop those by the pudding. Kind of nestle it in with the cream. Yeah, let's make it fancy and call it a half quenelle. And also kind of let it like flop over, depending on how thick you cut it, right? I'll pop that guy there. Sometimes we can also come in and slice it, right? If you feel like it's too large of a piece. I think that's looking good. All right, next up, maybe I'll put one piece of mango just on the top, or 2 pieces. Kind of the same as how I plated our caprese. Kind of let that fall on there. In your happy place, Nike, finally a request you're able to watch, didn't blend in with everything else. Yeah, I'm so happy you're able to be here the whole time, dude. All right, I want to do a little sprinkle of coconut flake, just kind of over the whipped cream. And then we'll add our last little mint garnish. I'm gonna pop it in the fridge, and I think we cut the lasagna first. So I really love this dessert because it hits all of the things that you're looking for. It's got crunch, it's got sweetness, got a little bit of saltiness in the meringue as well. It's got the fresh fruit flavor. I'm gonna do this little minty guy right in the center there, and then just kind of put chocolate mint around. Boom. There we are. I have never made a tropical pavlova before, but I'm happy that I did. I think this is gonna be delicious. Good thing that mangoes were on sale. Lovely. Thank you, Dust. Thank you, my dude. Yeah, that's an easy one to take a photo of. Looks so good. Well, the state of that one mango showed you why they were on sale. Exactly. Buy 3 and the extra one's rotten. So I think it was like 4 for $5 or something was the sell on it. So we got 3 good ones and 1 rotten one. Dun na na na. And what am I gonna eat the lasagna on? It's gonna be a big old piece. A nice, once again, definitely want like a rimmed bowl for this. Most of the time is they are called pasta bowls with a rim on them. This looks like something, yeah, worth burning your tongue for. Actually, I should take a photo before I slice into it. Do it from this side. Yeah, and now presentation and testing. So many photos today. Just on a roll. And that just goes to show that we did time out everything properly. Because we're not standing around tapping our fingers, right? Gotta go from the top down. And one close up. Okay. Getting the knife and a fork. Yummo! All right. Right down the center. Cut it like you mean it. So we gotta get through all of those layers. And just by the feel of it, perfectly rested. It doesn't feel soupy at all. So usually we can get 8 portions out of this. It's a super heavy dish, right? I want that corner piece. That's the one. The corners are the best, for sure. Turn that for you guys. Okay, so what did I say? I wanted this one? Yeah, that one. Definitely get your plate nearby. This is how I'm gonna do it. There we go. So we can just like lift it right into there. Less risk of sloppage. Corners have all the little crunchies. Yeah, after one piece of this, it's nap time. See you later. The first piece is honestly always the worst to get, right? Just kind of go around the edge. Shouldn't be stuck at all. Come down to the bottom. Hopefully we cut it good all the way through. Yes. Yes. That cut beautifully. A little wipe. Look at that. The fact that there is like no watery sauce running out of that slice right now. Perfect rest on that. Perfect consistency of our sauce. Perfect thickness of our noodles. We're good. Yeah, it stayed together. That is the test. And this is just another one of those things that takes time. You gotta practice. Thanks, guys. Yeah, no soup lasagna. And then I'll try and show you how the layers look as well before we get into it. Okay. One more photo. Get the cut reveal on this one. Nike. Oh man, dude. I wish you could try this. Oh, there we go. My lens was greasy. I was like, why is my photo blurry? We've been doing some greasy stuff today on stream, that's why. Sammy's more than welcome to come for his piece anytime. Okay. Let's get into it. I'm going, what should I start at the side here? This deadly crunchy part. Look as I cut it. The grease is just coming out. She ain't good for the waistline. But it makes you feel loved. And I'm not gonna burn my mouth off. Cool it down. Pasta is like semolina, butter, and eggs, right? So my pasta dough, flour, egg, olive oil, salt. That's it. There are different types of pastas though where you do use semolina, and that's usually like a hand-rolled pasta, like a cavatelli. They're really hot. I don't even know how to start this sentence. So, thought it would be lacking without the cheese layers like in the middle. But I actually think I like it better with just the meat and the pasta and the cheese on top. Because this is actually the first lasagna I've done this way. You really get like the meaty sauce flavor from it. I don't know why Sammy hasn't rushed in the kitchen. Must be broken.
Because it's really hot and I know it.
Oh, because it's really hot and he knows it and he can't eat it within 30 seconds. Okay, so our noodles are fully cooked as well and they're not falling apart, right? So that's why we don't par cook our fresh made pasta if we are going to take that step. And yeah, our consistency on the sauce was perfect because it's not soupy in our dish. Yeah, solid logic. And then the other thing is our seasoning is on point too. So we just always have to be careful with how much salt we add depending on what cheeses we're using. So the harder cheeses are saltier. So because we used mozza, it's more creamy. I added a bit more salt to the sauce. Thanks, Wave Daily. Yeah, unlike the runny stuff that the shops sell, also remember back to the pork stock that we used to loosen up the sauce. It was already gelatinous before we added it. So our broth was already thick. So good. If you want, you can just crush this and I'll take my piece afterwards because I just took one bite out of it.
Okay.
And then I'll take our Pavlova back out. Welcome in, SPZ. Yeah, this also gonna be better than next day, for sure.
Well done.
Thank you.
Really good.
Yeah. You've missed all of it and you got here at the eating part. It's like you guys know when you show up and we're eating, it's like, no. But what? How have we done? Ooh, hello, Cheesums. I don't think it's taken us too long today. It doesn't feel like it, at least. Kind of the same amount of time as yesterday's stream. So we ended just before our 5-hour mark. Steaming up the cam. And that is it as well, Bonkman, is the VOD can cure the problem. You can always scroll through as well if you don't want to watch the whole thing. It's a good one, Sammy.
Yeah.
Nike would like it.
Yeah.
How do you feel with not having cheese in the layers? I actually think I like it better.
It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, Sammy needs a spoon. Serving size. Yeah, that bolo, so good. Pavlova, a nice light dessert as well, obviously with egg whites, is we have put a lot of air into the cream, into the egg whites. There's a little bit of aeration in our curd, but this is a good, like kind of a lighter dessert. So it's good in the summertime. other than the sugar, I mean, there's not much for carbs, and yeah, it's gluten-free. How about that? Good for all you celiacs out there. Turned out so good, Scooter Beach. So when we prepare it in a large piece like this, I usually serve it as like a wedge. Was that the middle cheese or the top cheese?
Middle cheese.
The middle cheese. Did you add more matzah?
I did.
What a guy. Just jumped in to see it. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad you caught it. Okay, so we serve this the same way that we would like cut a cake or a pie. So in wedges. Just because we pile all the cream in the middle, right? So move this. And, oh, it might get messy, it might not. There we go. Super easy to cut through because we have that little bit of chew on the bottom part of the meringue, and then the crunch is all on top. It's like marshmallowy. And then I always find when meringue gets a little bit toasted like this, it's really reminiscent of like an angel food cake flavor. Which side do I want? Maybe I'll do this. Super sticky. Just 1 second. You've never had a Pavlova? Just take our little serving thing. So look at the center of this as well, is it kind of looks like an angel food cake. So it's a little bit browned on the outside, white in the middle. Can always sneak a piece of mint over that. It's so good, guys. And like I said, it's really nice and light. So definitely a dessert I make a lot in the summer. Okay. I also have some more mango here, which I'm happy about. I can sneak that onto here.
This is really, really tasty.
Sam is loving the lasagna right now. Okay, I'm gonna take one bite from the middle first, and then we can try from the crunchy exterior too. Mmm.
I think this might replace lobster mac and cheese.
That's number one.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, an ideal dessert for whatever fresh fruit you can get. So always fresh fruit with this. We don't want frozen because it's too wet. Is if you put something really wet on here and the fruit starts to thaw, well, your meringue's gonna be water. Yeah, what is your list, Sam? So Sam has, I made him write a master list of his top dishes that I've cooked for him on stream. And he was just saying to me behind there that this has kicked out the lobster mac and cheese. So this is your list. You said number one, pecan pie.
Yeah, still
Number
one.
two, pastrami eggs Benny.
Yeah, still number two.
Number three, the Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah, that's still.
That was a deadly one because I made
Yeah.
the buns and everything. So number four is lasagna.
Yeah,
Number five is a turkey burger.
yeah.
That's Sam's top 5 things that I've made for him on stream over the past 2 years. City, thank you for the follow. Wow, this kicked out the lobster mac. I know. What?
It's really good.
It actually is really good, you guys.
Like I can go for another slice, no problem.
Yeah. It's a good list though, hey? I honestly couldn't find the words to describe it when I had my first bite. I want to try some of the curd. That's for you. The coconut in the mango curd and the mint.
Yes.
Oh no. He's going for it. Yeah, hands only. It's only meringue, Sammy.
Yeah.
It's really nummy. Yeah, shame. Oh man, just brings me back to Game of Thrones. Shame, shame. Just start throwing rotten fruit at him. Punisher, thank you for the follow. Yeah, easy mode, hey? The new epis of Game of Thrones? Is that what you're saying? Okay, I'm glad we all have the same thought process here, because that's exactly where my mind went. That's why we all get along.
That was really, really good. That was like a mango ice cream.
Yeah, yeah. If we chilled this even more, super good. What got started back up? I think Game of Thrones? Or the prequel? When is that starting? Okay, friends. Done. We crushed today. Less than 5 hours to make lasagna from scratch. We made a pavlova from scratch. And was that it? Yeah, that was it, right? Oh, and a salad. Awesome. Yeah, winner, winner, lasagna dinner for a couple days now. Supposed to be about the first men and the founding of the Westeros. Okay, that's right. Yeah, mic drop. So we don't drop the mics here because it's too expensive. Okay, so yes, we are wrapping things up. We are gonna go raid somebody.
Rook.
Rook? We got a rook on? We can do, yeah. We can do a rook. Mr. NM Rook. What's going on with my internet right now? Bear with me, friends. Yeah, just my browser page was a touch slow. What's for lunch tomorrow? Grad, you asked us, Pirate. We must be finishing the stream because I cannot talk no more. No more. So, yes, tomorrow's stream, Indian foods. So tandoori chicken. Hopefully the weather shapes up, but we will be doing some grilling outside on the Mini Max. So you guys knew that I'd had my first light on the Mini Max a couple weeks ago. So I'm gonna do that again on my own. We'll grill the chicken. We got saffron rice. We'll make a creamy kind of cucumber and yogurt dip, similar to tzatziki, but it's an East Indian style. And what else? A cauliflower spoon salad. So my variation from the Bon Appetit recipe from a few weeks back. Yeah. That's what we got going on. A Maka Waka? Did he change his username then?
No.
Okay. Okay, I don't know where we're gonna go raid then. Probably some of you know who Maka Waka is. On Twitch. I think I spelt that right. It's all M, like it's M-A-H-C-A-H-W-A-H-C-A-H?
No. M-A-H-C-H-W-A-C-A.
Okay. Maka Wakin. He has been a very long time supporter of my stream, and he has a big part in bringing a lot of you into there. You might not realize. So yeah, let's go visit him. Thanks guys for hanging out today. I am so happy with all of these dishes. The recipes are posted in Discord. And if you need to look back on anything that I've done, always feel free to go view the VOD afterwards. So yeah, same time tomorrow. I'm gonna hit this button right now. So 11 a.m. Pacific time, and Sunday streams are a little bit shorter, so you don't have to commit a full 5 hours of your day. Thanks guys for hanging out. Thank you to all the new followers today, our raids, and all of the biddies friends, as we are basically halfway through our bid goal. Okay, stay safe out there, stay healthy, and try and get a little bit of sunshine if you can, because that'll help us. We will see you tomorrow.
So good.
Bye, friends. Love you all.